And now we're on YouTube as well. All right. So I think it's time to just get this all right away out there. Zoa with the first. And all right. Yeah, let's hop right into it and let's talk about what we are doing today. It is a good day for an FF7 speedrun commentator, let me tell you. Mia? Hi. Did you see the new food I got for you? Did you see that I filled up your food dish with the food that you like? Poor Mia. I tried getting her a different kind of food and she did not like it. So I just got back. The reason I'm late today, Vanilla Death Shots, by the way, thank you for the 26 months. Thank you. The reason I'm late today is because I had to make a special trip out to the grocery store just to go buy the kind of food that she likes, because she didn't like the replacement stuff that I got them. And not only did she not like it, but here's the thing, is the cats did still eat it, you know? They did still eat the stuff that they didn't like that much, but it was, you know, okay, so here's the deal. Normally, we get them the high protein stuff, and so what I got them this time, when I had to get them something different, do you want to come up here or not? She keeps scratching at my chair, and then when I bend over to pick her up, she just walks away. Okay. Anyway, I was saying that, yeah, normally we get them high protein stuff. She really likes that, you know? But then they were out of it at the store. And so they had stuff that was supposed to be good for their urinary tract or something to that effect. You know, something like that. And so I was like, you know what, fuck it, whatever. So I gotta get them a different kind of food. I'll just get them the stuff that's good for their piss or whatever, you know? So I did, and not only do they not like it, and they barely eat it, but also, boy, this stuff makes them smell really bad. Like after we gave them the you know, urine treatment food, both the cats just smelled super bad. And so yeah, now there you go, Mia. I took a special trip to the grocery store and I got you the food that you like. She probably doesn't even know yet. All right. Anyway, let's go. I have downloaded the VOD that we're going to be watching, so that we can like pause and frame by frame and do that kind of stuff much more easily. So there we go. Pop it into my video editing program, and there we go. We're gonna have a much better time watching it with this program. Unless it says media offline the whole time, but it probably won't, right? That's not going to be a problem this whole time, right? Okay, hang on a second. Pop this in. And Jebedo, thank you for subscribing. You know what? I've had this problem before, where a video will randomly like not want to play in this editor. I don't know how to fix this. I've seen it happen with like one other person's videos. Because all this is I downloaded it with YTDLP. I remuxed it to MP4. It's 11 gigs. I don't know if we gotta like, I mean, we're totally fine on memory. I kind of thought it was a memory problem when this was an issue before, but I think we're good on that. So like, hang on, we gotta figure out whether we have a problem here. Oh yeah, this is awful. Hey, happy holidays to you as well. Thank you. Dude, this song, by the way, this is Legend of Mana soundtrack. This is not Mario RPG soundtrack. And it's the same composer, but this song totally sounds straight out of Mario RPG. Like, the instruments used are, like, the same. So what I'm doing right now is I'm waiting for the editor to analyze this whole video track, and we'll and we'll see. What up, Cosmo Red? You know what? Why don't we just do like a quick? Why don't we search this up on Google? DaVinci Resolve. Media offline issue, because like it's an issue, you know. Okay, try selecting one of the clips and deleting its cache. Delete its cache? What about generate optimized media? I have no idea what that does. That didn't seem to help. Render cache output. Huh. Okay, I did not foresee this issue of it not playing properly in this player. Maybe... Like, here's the problem with looking up this problem, is that... Gamma Dragon, thank you for subscribing. Here's the issue, is that all of the solutions here are going to be assuming that the media is actually offline, when in reality, I literally just dragged this clip in here, and it shows up like this. And, like, it kind of plays it. If we... You see, like, it's kind of playing it, it just can't really do it. That's why I'm saying I don't think it's about the file location. That's exactly what I'm saying, is that the very frustrating thing about troubleshooting this is that everyone is going to assume that it's in the wrong place. But here it is, look at that. That's the video right there. So how do we like get this into our search, our Google search? DaVinci Resolve, video half plays, half says media offline. There we go. It's gonna do half and half. It is in my C drive. It's in my C drive. It's an NVMe drive. Okay, render cache is corrupt. The media is a format that Resolve doesn't like. Variable frame rate. All right. Well... Okay, playback, render cache, delete render cache. All right, let's try that. Playback, render cache. Okay, delete render cache, all. Okay. We have done that. All right. Next. Check cache settings. Settings preferences, media storage, the cache location. Okay. Settings, preferences. Media... Shit, what was it? Yeah, media storage. And then... I missed the part where it said restart. Oh, did I? Okay. Sorry, I'm dumb. All right, let's do it again for good measure then. Playback, delete render cache, all, delete. Exit. Reopen. I did not use Premiere Pro, no. Okay, it still appears to be broken. Alright, that's fine. So, media storage, ensure the cache location. Alright, let's look at that. So, media storage. I mean, this is just my basic shit. I don't see anything. I don't see anything about a cache on this page.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Yo, Minin. Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, we just have to watch it with a different video player. I just don't, go to my media tab and look for missing files. Okay, I would like to be very, very clear about this. That the way that what we just did on stream already was we started a new project, okay? And then I dragged a singular file from my C drive into the new project. And then I went to this tab. That's all we've done. There is no way that there is a problem with the media location. But all right. So I think that it's probably exactly like a codec type thing. So or like what it was saying about the other details. I don't know where you even find that kind of stuff. Does it not play with VLC? I don't want to play it with VLC, so I haven't checked yet. Also, well, alright, we're fine. Do I need 64 gigs of memory? The file is only 11 gigs. And I have 32 gigs of memory. We're at less than 50% memory utilization. Alright, open in VLC and check the codec thing there. Alright, sure, I'll do that. Open with, there we go. VLC. Okay, view, or maybe like this would be media, or perhaps media information. I also saw codec information in there. Codec information. VP9. I don't even see where the hell you guys are seeing. Oh, right here. Codec Google /on2's VP9 video. Okay, so what if we say like DaVinci Resolve VP9 codec issue, right? Is this a thing? DaVinci, look, I don't want the AI answer. It's probably just gonna tell me that it's correct. Absolutely, it's been known to have issues. You know, like no matter what the fuck is actually the truth. So we'll go to the, we'll maybe, yo, Rhubarb. Thank you for subscribing. Hello, welcome. Resolve doesn't play back variable frame rate correctly with GPU decoding. A workaround is to turn GPU decoding off or wrapping to an MKV. Okay. So, we can try the GPU thing. Let's see, where the hell would that be? General? Advanced? Okay. GPU processing mode. I don't know if this is necessarily what we're looking for. I mean, we can just remux it, right? Oh, here we go. Okay, what if we turn this off? All right, let's just try that. The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure that the GPU encoding is something I pay for. We appear to have no progress. Okay, so real quick, we'll go ahead and undo that change. And then maybe instead turn off the hardware acceleration, right? Or wait, hang on a second. What is this? Use GPU for R3D. Is this the thing that we want to turn on to none, maybe? I don't know what R3D is the problem. Won't help, you don't think? Or, oh, that's something else. Yeah. We'll try these options one at a time. So now we'll save this. We'll exit. We'll reopen it. You know what's funny is I don't have Resolve on my quick start because if you accidentally click on it, it takes like 20 seconds to open. So I unpinned it from my quick launch. And now I'm paying for it by having to do this every time I want to open it. And yeah, Christmas was good. Oh, that did it, bro. Except now the audio sounds like total ass. Wait, did it just fix itself? Hang on, is the audio gonna sound like ass the entire time? I need to see this. No, it seems fine. Yeah, it might just get crunchy sometimes because of something or another. All right, cool. Okay, so for the record, the issue was right here. This guy right here, decode H.264 using hardware acceleration. That was my issue. And so I wonder if what if I kept the AMD on, but I got rid of the NVIDIA. Whatever. We'll just say, hey, that was the issue. Okay, Dark Rod, thanks for subscribing. But all right. Here we go. It's time to actually introduce what we're doing today. And actually, real quick, let me go ahead and adjust my... Let's adjust the thing here. So first of all, there's Twitch chat. Sorry YouTube chat that you guys don't get to be on here. But you know, I don't make the rules. And then we'll just scooch that over like that. We will disembiggen my camera by that much. Actually, you know what? I like to be a square cam. If we don't need to be a circle, we won't be a circle. Desireel, thank you for subscribing. Excuse me. All right. There we go. Okay, it's fine. It's time to actually start. You know what? Let's roll the intro. Let's roll the intro and get into it. Hit it, Johnny. It is a good day to be a Final Fantasy VII speedrun commentator because LilGecko, the ultimate TASer of Final Fantasy VII, has bequeathed unto us. Is that the right way to use the word bequeath? Unto us a new 100% TAS. So we are going to be watching a 100% speed run. 100% meaning that all items must be collected. They have to finish the run with every single item, including all weapons, armors, accessories, all materia, every E-skill learned, all bosses defeated, all side quests done, all limit breaks learned. They got to do all of that. But this is the TAS run, which means that we are going to have a lot to talk about. So first, we're gonna have to get into let's just introduce the concept real quick. What exactly is a TAS? What TAS means? Okay, because I want to get this out there right away. A lot of people they hear like, oh, you use a timer, like you use like a stopwatch while you're running. Does that make this a TAS? Okay, let me tell you what a TAS is, all right? A TAS is what we are about to watch. It is a speed run where all of the inputs, or I guess maybe you could technically say at least one of the inputs, right? The inputs are delivered via machine. So a TAS is not a speedrun that is performed by a human. It is a speedrun that is pre-programmed by a human. It's like the difference between playing a song on the drums and programming the drums in MIDI, right? A TAS is the MIDI programmed drums that are going to be always perfect. And so what you can do, what that means is that the idea of execution is 100% completely eliminated in a TAS run, and instead it is all about the mind game of how can you cleverly push every frame out of this game. You know what I mean? And so there we go. That's the thing. Yeah, we fixed it. And so that's the thing. And so what you're going to see is, you know, assuming that we can be 100% perfect with every single input ever, the entire run, how fast can you actually get this run? One thing I got to check real quick is I spotted a menu. I need to make sure that the menu module is we got to make sure that the menu module is the right size. Shiramira, hello, welcome, thank you. Here we go. See, this is different size than I expected. So okay, we're gonna have to go drag this in like that. Oh man, now there's like no room for me. Fucking PlayStation and its different horizontal resolutions, and Square Enix, and they're using different horizontal resolutions for the different parts of the game. All right, I guess if I do put me into circle mode, I suppose. And then I just need to make sure that I'm not covering the ATB bars, I suppose. So here's ATB. So take me and bring me up. All right, I'll be right here. And there we go. That's gonna be fine. Okay. So now that we got the explanation out of the way, let us begin the show. Once again, this task is created by LilGecko, and it is a 100% run. The expected finish time, get this, the expected finish time is under 12 hours, which is absolutely cuckoo, considering that this is also since it is on BizHawk, since this is emulating a regular ass PlayStation, that means that we are emulating regular PS1 load times. So this run loses a ton. It loses a ton of time to loading screens. In fact, I would go so far as to say, right now, the world record hundo run of all between all categories or between all platforms is my 1432 with turbo, right? So I got 1432. That was on the PC version. This run is over 2.5 hours faster than my PC run. Even though this run, I would estimate, is probably going to lose 2 hours just to load times alone versus the PC version. So I would say that this is about 4.5 hours faster than the human world record. Is just my general ballpark. What can we expect to what can we expect to see out of this? So there we go. Let's get into it. There's going to be a lot to talk about. All right, so first crazy thing you're going to see is menus. Menus are going to be crazy. In fact, let's like frame by frame this real quick. So as we can see, for example, you don't even see the hand go to config because they're able to press up and circle on the same frame, which just selects the thing that's above it. So we can see it comes up here. It's already on up because I'm guessing what they did in order to get it to be on up on the first frame, either pressing up exactly on the first frame or they could have already been holding it and then like released it to be right there. And then we got one frame of no press, one frame of press, one frame of no press, and then up and circle to hit config, right? So this is even faster than if you were just holding up. Same with this right here. This switch down to cursor here is going to be faster than if you were just holding down, I think, because it's able to hit down like every other frame exactly. So one thing also that is different from a console run is the fact that they're going to ATB wait right away instead of ATB active, which we do. We go active on RTA, and the reason for that is because there is going to be a lot of RNG manipulation that is only possible with ATB wait. So all right, here we go. Now, immediately we're going to have to talk about battle RNG. So the deal about the PlayStation version of this game is that battle RNG is seeded based on the global frame counter every single time that a battle starts. Every time that the battle module is loaded in this game on the PlayStation version, it takes the global frame counter and it uses that to seed RNG. So how exactly does it do that? Very briefly, first of all, the global frame counter is something that is running at 60 frames per second at all times in the background, ever since the PlayStation logo disappears, I believe. So if we go all the way back to the start here, right? We get the Sony logo. right? And then this appears, and then it disappears. Boom, right there. So I believe this is how it works. There it is. This frame right here, when the PlayStation logo disappears, as far as I know, this is the frame where the 60 FPS global frame counter begins. Yeah? So there it is. So from now on, at 60 FPS in the background, there's a value that's just counting up by 1 every single frame 60 times a second. Okay. So the way that it uses that value in order to seed Battle RNG is that Battle RNG is, at first, it is a static table that is 256 bytes long, and every single byte is able to carry a value that is from 0 to 255, right? 1 byte can represent a number from 0 to 255. And so it would take 256 bytes in order to one by one list out every one of those numbers, right? Well, that's exactly what it is. It is every single value that can be represented by 1 byte, every single number from 0 to 255, are all shuffled up and then hard-coded into a scrambled order that is a 256 byte long array of every number, every 1 byte number. And they are hard-coded into a list of numbers that is always in that order. That is just the random order, okay? Well, so where does the global frame counter come in? Where the global frame counter comes in is how it is not GAO. It's actually it's actually 2 different RNG tables, which is a very good question. The fact that field RNG also is a 256 byte long array of every single number from 0 to 255 hard-coded into a pseudo-scrambled shuffled order, right? However, the field RNG table is different from the battle RNG table. Those are they're 2 different tables. So let me look this up real quick. If we go to ff7speedruns.com, we can probably find RNG, something about battle RNG. Right here, this right here is the battle RNG table. Yeah, this is it. And so what the game does is it takes the global, and by the way, you can, if you go on YouTube and you look up Ace Zephyr Battle RNG, you will find this video, Final Fantasy VII Battle RNG Explained by Ace Zephyr. So if you want more information or you want better visuals, then you can, I would highly suggest watching this video. Okay. So anyway, so what it does now is it takes the global frame counter, which is 32 bits, right? And it takes the least significant 8 bits of the global frame counter, which is just going to be some number between 0 and 255, and it puts your first marker on that position of the battle RNG table. Let's say it's right here. Then it shifts the 8-bit window. Sorry, it shifts the 8-bit window 1 bit to the left. So instead of bits 0 through 7, it's now taking bits 1 through 8. And whatever number that produces from 0 to 255, it puts the second bookmark on that position of the battle RNG table, wherever that is, right? And so ultimately what you will have is a not random. I just explained to you exactly how it's produced, but what you get is a smattering of bookmarks, of 8 different bookmarks that are across the battle RNG table. Then, whenever the game wants a random number, it goes through the bookmarks one by one. All 8 of the bookmarks, it goes through them one by one. And what it does is, let's say that this is the first one. If I remember the details of Ace's video correctly, let's say this is the first bookmark that it looks at. The first time that it wants a random number, it'll look at this bookmark. It will take this as the random number. And then depending on some other little detail that we don't need to get into, it will most of the time then push the bookmark to the next value. It might even do something to this value before it pushes it. I'm actually not sure. Oh, it does always push the value to the next one. Okay, so I might need Ace to help me then. What does Joker do if that's the if that is the case? In fact, you can voice chat it to me in Discord if you want. Oh, I got you. Okay. So yeah, so it reads this number and then it pushes the bookmark to the next value for the next time that we get around to it. However, it's not actually going to read this number next. It's going to go to the next bookmark, right? And then it goes to the next bookmark and then the next bookmark. And then once it gets all the way around, that's when it will see this number then, right? However, as Ace just said in chat, is that there is also this other number that I think advances by 1 every... Actually, I don't know exactly how it behaves. I think it advances by 1 every frame, except if we go down here, then we might actually find it. There is here it is. Okay, so this is how we get a random 16-bit variable. We were going to get 2 bytes. The low is going to be a random 8. This is going to be the Joker value mod 7? That I didn't expect. I thought it was mod 8. Oh, and 7 means mod 8. Oh, I see. I'm not good at this stuff. But okay. And then add 1, and then if it's not 0, okay, so why did I need this? Oh, because it's every time. Okay, so does Joker only increment when 16-bit numbers are called? I see. Okay. We're getting a little bit further into the weeds than we actually need to be right now. The point is that, okay, it's just like I said at first, is sometimes it moves to the next bookmark and sometimes it doesn't. But anyway, okay, so why am I talking about all of this? The reason I'm talking about all of this is that means that on a TAS run, this battle is always going to get triggered on the exact same frame, right? Because when you program all of the inputs for the game, for the run, when you pre-program all of the inputs, then everything is going to get triggered on the exact same frame, right? So that means that this battle is always going to occur on the same frame, all right? And so that means that the TASer is going to specifically trigger this battle on a frame that gets the best RNG possible. And in this case, that is first of all going to be getting the first turn with Cloud. So boom, there we go, first turn with Cloud, which is the best thing. Then getting punched instead of machine gunned, because that's faster. Then right here, we notice something very interesting. Right here, watch this. Instead of just going attack and then send it, like, I believe this frame is the first frame in which Cloud could throw off his attack, but instead the TAS waits several frames before sending this attack in. Why would that be? The reason is that during a battle, RNG is moving every single frame. So the RNG table got our bookmarks across the RNG table got seeded based on the global frame counter outside of battle, but now in the battle, the RNG is moving every single frame. And so what the TASer is doing right here is waiting until the ideal frame to send this attack, according to RNG. And so what is the best RNG, right? Well, the best RNG is going to be not necessarily something that had anything to do with the actual attack on the enemy. This time instead, it was for the RNG of this level up. So when a character levels up, it uses the battle RNG that the battle ended at in order to decide their stat ups when they leveled up. And what I can tell you is that what is being prioritized on that particular level up is almost certainly Cloud's luck stat. There might be other things that were optimized as well. I'm not sure, but Cloud's luck is very, very important, and we'll get into why in a little bit. But now, another thing was really important as well. And we'll get to that. So first, we have renaming Cloud. Here's something that's also interesting is watch how fast Cloud gets deleted here. Boom. That, once again, this was actually faster than if you just hold X. If you're just holding X and it down the letters, the speed at which the pre-programmed down the letters, that speed is actually slower than if you were to mash X perfectly 30 times per second. And so instead, we get the 30 times per second mash here. We get, here it is, one frame, X is pressed, next frame, X is not pressed. Next frame, X is pressed, then not pressed, then pressed, then not pressed, then pressed. So that is perfect every other frame mashing that is as fast as possible to get rid of those letters. Then we get into the other reason. The other reason for where the battle RNG was used. So are there any other instances where level ups are maniped specifically? Yeah. This one right here. So now we get into the next thing. Here's the deal. So the deal is Barret right now in the game, when you first hit new game, Barret is level 1. However, when he joins your party at Cloud's level -1. So whatever level Cloud is, Barret joins the party at 1 level less. But again, right now, he's level 1. And it is when Barret's naming screen comes up, boom, right here, that the game just calculated, okay, Barret should be level 6, so we need to level him up 5 times. Well, how does it level him up 5 times? Using battle RNG, just like it does after a battle. But there was no battle between the last one and now, meaning battle RNG is still sitting in the spot that it sat at when the last battle was completed. So that means, once again, this is why I wanted to use this as my video player. So that means that this little wait right here, here it is, this tiny little wait to send this attack in was not only to optimize Cloud's level up, but then it was also to optimize Barret's level up right here. So he had to find the right frame to get both of those. Isn't that cool? All right. Now we're going to get into something really cool. We're going to get into some stutter stepping. Oh, maybe we aren't yet. Here, hang on. We got to find some stutter stepping here real quick. There's got to be on the way to this cutscene, right? Yeah. Okay, so you guys know the concept of walking versus running, right? And the fact that when you're running or when you're walking, you get a quarter as much danger as if you're running. I'm gonna start at the top very briefly, just in case there's anybody who doesn't know this yet. So we're gonna do the super fast version. While you are moving in this game, every 8 frames, the game checks for a battle, and it does so firstly by incrementing your danger value, and then by checking your danger against a random, but not really random, number. And if your danger is above the random number, then you get into a battle. That's a simplified version, but that's basically what it is. Now, here's the deal, though. If you're walking instead of running, you only get a quarter as much danger as if you're running. And so in speedruns, we will use walking steps in order to get underneath certain battle checks. For example, let's say that just 10 battle checks away, right? That's 80 frames away. There's a battle check where the danger check is really low. And so if we were running, we would get a battle in 80 frames because we would have enough danger to hit that threshold. But if we only had a quarter as much danger, we would get underneath the random number that's going to be checked in 80 frames. And that's why we know this, is because the number isn't really random. They're always the same every time. Then what we can do is instead walk until we have passed underneath that 80 frames later battle check that we would have gotten into an encounter with if we were running. Does that make sense? If we walk for those 80 frames, then we'll only have a quarter as much danger. We get underneath that particular danger check, and then we can start running again. Because after that, you know, that the low number danger check, it was only one danger check. And then after that, they're higher up again. And so that's the basic concept of walking versus running. Now, the thing is about this system is that I mentioned that the battle checks occur every 8 frames. Well, the game also only cares if you're walking versus running on the frame that it performs the danger check. And so what you see the TAS do, watch this. He's running, and then on this frame, he's walking. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames of running, 1 frame of walking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames of running, 1 frame of walking. So the TAS is running for 7 frames and walking on every frame in which the game performs, accrues danger. And then, and so this way, the TAS is able to achieve almost running speed. I mean, we can calculate it, right? It'd be, walking is only 1/4 as, oh, I forgot to mention this earlier. Okay, so remember the hypothetical I said, where if the battle check 80 frames away is going to produce a battle if we run, well, we can walk instead then, right? And then get underneath it. Well, the problem with that is that walking only moves us 1/4 as far in space as running does. And so for those 80 frames, you know, yeah, you got underneath a battle check, and you skipped an entire encounter, which is good, but you did only go 1/4 as far during that time. And so that means that you can't just walk everywhere all the time, because yeah, you would get underneath a whole lot of encounters, but you wouldn't get very far very fast. And so the trick is to walk only enough to where it stops, or to where, you know, it is optimal to have skipped those encounters and then start running for the rest of the time. And so that is then also why the TAS is going to run when they can, or is going to, you know, be running 7 frames at a time, only... Oh, and here's the stutter stepping again. So there you go. You see that? But now it's only running. So they were only walking. So here we're stutter stepping, right? And once again, I'm going to slow it down. So there's the walking. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 running. And then 1 frame of walking, right? And so what they're doing is achieving, 29 30 seconds running speed while getting only as much danger as they would be getting if they were walking. So there you go. So hopefully that whole explanation makes sense. As far as what the deal with stutter stepping is, and the way that they're able to, and the way that they're able to get so far with so few encounters. All right, so for the record, right here, when we do our walking steps in a regular run, this is where we get the encounter. But because of the stutter stepping, you'll see how far they're able to get before their encounter. Right there. Oh, and then here's a couple really so this is 2 really interesting things happening right here. Okay, so right here we're just trying to run away from this encounter. However, first of all, there was a very brief circle press to go into ATB wait and then back out. And then also a pause right here. And then out. And so I can only imagine that the pause is to manipulate battle RNG. However, we're going to have to pay very close attention here and see if we can spot any other reason for the pause specifically. And I think we're going to have to, we'll probably be fast forwarding through a lot of the basic stuff. All right, yo, try salt. No, this is a TAS. This is not a suspect run. This is a TAS. I'll have you guys know right now, suspicious runs do not happen very frequently at all. So, you know. Don't gotta worry about that. This is a commentary on a TAS. And then the stutter stepping, I did just explain it. If you're able to rewind, I did just talk about it. Okay. So I'm guessing that the pause earlier was just to escape, right? But all right. So here we go. Once again, as we've talked about, I just want to quickly remind everybody that the frame down to the 60 FPS. Oh, that's a good point, Ace. The frame that this battle begins is what is seeding RNG for this battle. But also it is dependent on the way that the previous battle ended as well. Yeah. So we should talk about Joker extremely briefly. Basically, I've harped on and on, like for days, right? This is a rant I go on all the time about battle RNG on the PlayStation version and how it is seeded from the global frame counter every single time that a battle starts. However, I haven't really talked about Joker, which is a value that is actually persistent between battles. And so what it means is that the battle RNG isn't necessarily from scratch every single battle. The placement of the bookmarks are from scratch every single battle, but the Joker value, which slightly changes the way that the bookmarks behave, is actually persistent between battles. And so every single battle needs to be manipulated in order for it all to chain together properly. And so yeah, once again, real quick to reiterate what a TAS is. A TAS means that this run was programmed frame by frame ahead of time. This run is not a human holding a controller. This run is a human pre-programmed like a MIDI drum beat or a piano player. They have programmed every input every frame. Is it legal? It is a TAS run. It is a tool-assisted speedrun, meaning the only people that this run is competing against would be other TASs. And so the FBI is going to be kicking down LilGecko's door, and they are going to be confiscating his computer because TAS runs are illegal. But no, the real answer is that the competition of a TAS is not about execution. It's about who can think of a more clever way to beat the game. You know what I mean? It's a totally different thing. And so yeah, it's like a totally different world of speedrunning, and it is the very best opportunity to get into the nitty-gritty mechanics. Because one example of that is that in a regular speedrun, for example, there's like no reason for us really to talk about battle RNG or especially Joker, except for when we're explaining why we can't manipulate it, right? But for a TAS run, oh boy, you got to know all about battle RNG in order for it to make sense. You know what I mean? And so ultimately what you are looking at is that this is as fast as humans can conceive of how to beat the game using controller inputs. Does that make sense? A human doesn't have to press the button, a human doesn't have to be the one holding the controller. In fact, a TAS run is the opposite. It's where the inputs are done by a computer, right? They're pre-programmed. Shit, this point got away from me. But it is still restricted to button presses, though. You know what I mean? Like, there is no, like, RAM injection being done. There's no Game Shark cheating being done. This is being done by controller inputs. You know what I mean? Okay, now let's move on. So once again, Battle RNG was seeded based on the global frame counter as the battle loaded. And as we can see, as you'd expect from that, we have very good ATB. So what happens? Cloud attacks. Oh my god, it's a critical hit. So why this wait? So once again, right here, instead of just sending this attack in, the TAS is holding on this and then sending it in. So the reason, once again, is that Battle RNG is advancing every single frame. And so using ATB wait, we can go into targeting here. This freezes the enemy's ATB because we're in ATB wait. So the enemy is not going to get any turns, but what we're doing is just waiting until the frame that produces a critical hit. 81 damage from Cloud. That's awesome. Oh my god, another crit, 72 damage. And then also, what the enemy decides to do on their turn is based on battle RNG, which once again is advancing every frame. And so that means that the frame that this enemy's turn begins is what decides what they do. So there we have a bolt for 94 damage. regular Barret attack. And yeah, the thing about Cloud crits is that Cloud's attack animation is very fast, is the thing. And so like Cloud critting is wacko DPS. All right, and then I also want to say one other thing. And I have to remember what it was. Oh yeah, okay. So you might notice though that like it takes a while to get to this frame. So right here, bloop, bloop. That's like a surprising amount of time to have to wait for this crit, right? That's where Cloud's luck stat comes in. So remember earlier, damage per second, Kiara. Just speaking of like damage relative to the length of animation. So earlier I mentioned that Battle RNG had been manipulated in order to maximize Cloud's luck stat. The reason is because the higher Cloud's luck is, then the more often Battle RNG values are going to produce critical hits, right? So that means that the amount of time that we have to wait for a frame that produces a crit is going to be significantly less for each point of luck that Cloud has. You know what I mean? So we save time by having higher luck on Cloud, because it means that we have to wait less time to get a crit with him. Oh my god, Barret crit. And all right, so here we're Barret crit. So we're setting Barret up with a pretty high limit here, and then we've got a Scorpion Tail on Cloud. Oh, and it's a crit. So that gives Cloud his entire limit bar. Way to say it would be the higher the luck, the more frames are crits. Exactly. The more frames where crits are available, or however you want to say it. All right, all right. And so out we go. Didn't max out Barret's limit. Not going to be needed. Remember, this is a 100% run. And on a hundo run, usually, actually, we do leave this fight with a limit bar on Barret, but it's not super needed. Oh yeah, the TAS will use glitches for sure. All right, so here is a really interesting thing that happens here. I gotta watch it slowly though. Okay, so something I gotta see exactly how this is working here, because there's something crazy that happens here, and I have to make sure I understand it. Okay, here's what's happening. All right, there is a weird thing about escapes on this run. So, or in this game. All right. So sorry. I keep getting scatterbrained because I keep wanting to explain one thing, but then there's a question about a different thing. But yeah. I'm sure. I'll tell you one thing. If anybody's asking like, what is hundo, what is TAS, and that kind of thing, I'm kind of relying on chat to keep those answers coming, because I gotta explain other stuff. Okay, so there's something weird about running away in this game, which is that if you stop running on the frame in which the game like gives you credit for an escape, then it puts you into a weird state where you have an escape available, but you're not running away. And what that lets you do is when you're in that state, you can run away at any time, even when you're under ATB weight. Normally, you can't escape when you're under ATB weight, but you can if you do this. So watch this. What the run is doing is we're running away, but then right there, he stops. Now, the running animation goes on a little bit longer, but I guarantee you what just happened is that he stopped holding R1 and L1 and went into ATB weight on the same frame here. And what frame is that? It's the frame in which the battle escape was would have been triggered. It's the frame that the game said, yes, you can escape. And so the purpose of going into ATB weight here is just to prevent the enemies from getting a turn, while now he's going to wait for an ideal frame to run away on. And then as you can see, the game lets him run away even though he's in ATB weight. And the reason, again, is that he stopped running away on the frame where the escape was successful, which put it into that glitch state that lets you run away during ATB wait. Does that make sense? Now, why would you do that, though? So that creates the question, why would you do that? Why would he want to escape that battle on a specific frame? Well, we'll get into that in a minute. First, I don't think anything particularly interesting is going to happen during the escape here. Battle RNG manip, but why would he need to be, yeah. I mean, you are correct. It is battle RNG manipulation, but the nature of the manipulation, exactly the reason, we'll get into in a second. How do you tell what's the right frame? That's the thing about a TAS, is that a TAS, the runner can do whatever they want in order to produce. Once again, just to be very, very, very clear about what a TAS is that in the end, the thing that you produce as what is your TAS is just a spreadsheet that is every single individual frame, what buttons are pressed. That's it, right? That is the TAS, is just a sheet of inputs per frame. Now, the runner, or the person that puts the TAS together, they are, Soul, thank you for subscribing. The runner, or the TASer, whatever you want to call them, they are allowed to do whatever they want in order to produce that sheet. You know? They can do whatever they want. And so what that means, because again, I cannot stress this enough. They can do whatever they want because in the end, what they produce is just a sheet of inputs that anyone can take and they can run it on their emulator. And as long as it is an unmodified copy of the game, it will work. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, so the answer then is, how do you know what's the exact frame? By looking at the RAM, trial and error, however you want to do it. Using a Lua script that looks for the right, you can use it doesn't even have to be Lua, but I'm just using that as an example because I know that Gecko does use Lua scripts. You can do something even so using a script that looks ahead in the RNG and finds the optimal frame that you want to run away on, and then maybe even macros the inputs into the spreadsheet for you. You could do all of that because once again, the end product, the deliverable of a TAS is just a spreadsheet that is on what frame are what inputs pressed. And then once again, anybody can download that TAS, that input sheet, and play it back on their emulator, and it will play back the exact same way, in order to verify that it's not, altered or whatever. Anyway, so there you go. So that's the answer to that. And also, I just want to say, so people asking, can this be submitted as a regular run? Is this legal as a regular run? That type of question. Honestly, please just think about it. You tell me what you think and how absurd it would be if the answer isn't what is super obvious. All right? All right. Now, let's fast forward, because I don't think that anything will be super interesting here. What we're going to see here is Jesse skip, as we expect. Well, it's going to be a little bit different from what you see on a regular run, unless some people are super... some people YOLO it this way, but kablamo! You know... Getting these two events at the same time, talking to Jesse and hitting the bottom to trigger this cutscene on the same frame, gets us 2 text boxes at the same time. And so what that means is that when we clear this text box and then this guy leaves, when that guy leaves, it gives us movement back. Because, I guess I'll talk about it real quick. This is called a paralysis dodge. Basically, every time that you begin an event in this game, it flips a bit. There is a single bit in RAM that is responsible for whether you have control over your cloud or not. You know, whether or not you can move the cloud is a single bit in memory. And generally, when you start an event like talking to somebody, it flips the bit. So, well, it doesn't flip the bit. It sets the bit to you cannot move. And then when the event ends, it sets the bit to now you can move. And so what we do here is we hit the cutscene trigger down here, and we talk to Jesse on the exact same frame. Boom. So both of these events just set the bit to cloud is now locked in place. And we can see that both events have been triggered at the same time because there's 2 text boxes on top of each other, right? So now when this event ends, which is when this guy leaves, that now sets the bit to now we can move again. Even though this cutscene with Jesse is still happening. And so what we do here is once this cutscene, or once this text box closes, what it does is it sets a flag, or it sets a variable in memory that says we have advanced the plot to past the point where we have talked, or we have looked at the monitor with Jesse. And so that's what happens is right here, closes the text box as we leave the room. So then when we re-enter the room, this room, now that it reloads, it sees that value in memory as, oh, you already saw the monitor? Will then load the version of this room that is after you looked at the monitor. And there you go. So that's how we skip that cutscene. And that's a paralysis dodge. That's going to be used many times throughout the run. Many, many times the paralysis dodge is used for many different reasons. But all right, here we go. That is not TAS only. That is done in RTA runs as well. All right, so fun thing here is what we have to do right here, or like the next thing to do in... well, I'll tell you 2 things about TAS only. Real quick, as far as TAS versus RTA on Jesse Skip, what I'll tell you... what I'll tell you is that RTA, there's 2 different ways to do it. One is to stop the cloud right here. It is to, like, baby running, Beatstick, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, the TASer is LilGecko. I only know him as a TASer, and then I've talked to him a little bit on Discord. But yeah, this guy is like the ultimate FF7 TASer. I don't know, I don't really know of anybody else that does them. So what we do RTA is you can stop and kind of baby walking down 1 frame at a time until you're in the right spot. And then you can open the menu and then close the menu, buffering down, right, and circle. And that will guarantee that you get the skip. It just takes a little bit longer. And then if you want, if you're like a Giga Chad, you can pull this off, RTA. All you need to do is be running down, and then on exactly the right frame, you need to add right and add circle. Or you can add L1 and circle to your already pressed inputs. And you can do this RTA this fast. It's just, it's just really hard. Is this a TAS of the new route? This is a TAS of its own route. This is the TAS route, which is going to be way, way, way cooler than the new route, in its own way. But all right, Altalus, thanks for subscribing. I am real quick. We're gonna make a chat command for TAS. Okay, we're just gonna make a command for it. Because tool-assisted speedrun, I feel like some people know what that means, some people might not, and we should get it just a little bit more verbose. Let me try something, okay? This is going to be a little bit of a learning experience for me to see whether I am able to do this. Cloud storage full. Thank you for subscribing. For an entire year. Thank you for the 1 year. All right, here is my bot. So real quick, let us go actions. Okay, and we are going to add an action that is going to be called message TAS. Okay. Oh, who was that? Who was that? Signix? Signix, thank you for subscribing for 3 years. Thank you for the 3 years, dude. Thank you so much. We are going to go core. Okay, here's what we need to do. Are you able, can you do something if we do like a... I need to try something here real quick. We're gonna go... Ace, thank you for subscribing for 30 months. Okay, I'm just gonna put in this command, and here's why. Because now I can go into my bot, and I can go to my action history, and I can look at this and inspect the variables when queued. And we can see command source is Twitch. Interesting. Okay, what's the command that I had on YouTube? The hundo command also works on YouTube, right? So we'll go over here and we'll, and we'll do this. Does this work on YouTube? I can't remember. No. What's the what's the command I have that works on YouTube? Oh, is it? Ah, shit, I can't remember, dude. Hang on. I have a command that works on YouTube. Oh, it's this one. Okay, get ready for the... oh, yeah, there it is. Thank you. That is the one. All right, so what I need to do now is go action history. Okay, here's this one. Command source YouTube. Okay, awesome. That's super easy. So here's what we'll do is message TAS. Oh, did I not create it or is it up here? Huh? Oh, there it is. Okay. We're going to go add core logic if else. Input is going to be command source. And then if it equals Twitch. I don't think I have to put Twitch into quotes. No. I'm almost positive I don't. Especially because it's auto-typed. Okay. So if Twitch, then, so if that's true, then we will go send message to Twitch channel. All right. TAS, or we'll go tool assisted speedrun. Or we'll say a tool assisted speedrun is a run where the inputs are pre-programmed in a manner similar to a piano player in order to construct the perfect run. The most perfect run possible. Okay. Is that wording? Oh, you're right. You are absolutely right that it is player piano. Okay, thank you. Is this wording okay? By whatever means necessary. Okay. That seems pretty good, right, Loris? Thank you for the 14 months. Okay. And Uncle Sweetshare, thank you also. All right, so we will go copy that and say okay. And then if command source is not Twitch, then we will go YouTube, send message to channel, and have it be that. All right. And now we can go commands, add, TAS, and then the source can be either Twitch or YouTube. Okay, TAS, Twitch or YouTube, add a trigger. The trigger is going to be a command. The command is going to be TAS. All right, there we go. This should work now. It should work, and it should only respond to the chat that inquired. All right, nice. Dude, this bot is the best, I tell you. Okay, awesome. There we go. Oh, I spelled whatever wrong. All right, 1 second. Working on it. It's whatever. By whatever means necessary. Okay, that has now been fixed. Wow. All right. So anyway, back to what we were talking about. What we were talking about is that on this part, the next thing we have to do is go up into 7th Heaven. However, you have to wait for Tifa to enter the bar before Barret will let you past. But if you reload this screen, then it will already be in that state. Yo, chilled. And so we reload the screen by going to the shop first. And then what happens in the shop? Let's find out. The shop is just buying an iron bangle. That's it. Boom. Iron bangle purchased. I'm covering up the numbers a little bit, but look, there's only so much I can do with how fucking wide the menus are in this game. Okay. And so now... Oh! All right. Do you guys remember when we talked about how if you release escaping on the frame that the escape is successful, it makes you not run away, but then it allowed him to run away while he was in ATB wait in order to end the battle on a specific frame. And I was saying, why would you do that? It's right here. That controlled battle escape was in order to manipulate Tifa's level up here. So just like with Barret, right now is when Tifa gets leveled up from 1 up to the level that she's supposed to be. And it's using the battle RNG that we last left off on. So Tifa's battle RNG, or Tifa's level ups are optimal because of that escape manipulation. And there you go. So that was the specific reason for that. All right. And now here we get something cool as well. So here is a weird paralysis dodge. I'm actually not even sure exactly what's happening here. So talks to Tifa. Okay, it's like talks to Tifa at the end of the cutscene. Then the cutscene ends and we get control of Cloud while her text box is up. And then pressing circle to activate the pinball machine closes her text box, and then closing her text box gives us control of Cloud back, and then it looks like he can move in a way that instantly warps us out of the field. I wonder how precise that is. That's really crazy. But all right. Nothing too crazy here. And yo, Tilt, you have to replace your FF7 disc. The game dies every time you get a Hell House encounter. Oh, yeah. Hey, here's what I would say to anybody who, if you haven't already tried this, but to anybody that has a scratched up disc, if you have a local retro game store, right? Any retro game store that's a physical place that you can go to, what you can do is a lot of them have a disc buffing machine, like a professional disc buffing machine, not a fucking CD doctor that just makes it worse, right? They got like professional machines. And so, like my local game store has one of these, and they charge, and I hear that this is the norm at these stores, is they charge like $3 to buff a disc. You can just bring your scratched up disc in there, and they might charge you like $3 to give it a professional resurfacing, and then that might actually solve the problem. All right. As usual, just don't take the materia tutorial. Does a TAS need to be verified? Literally anybody can verify the TAS by downloading it and running it in the BizHawk emulator. Are there supposed to be 2 menu buttons, or did you mess something up? I'm not sure what you mean, Kiefler. Maybe I'm coming into the middle of a conversation without hearing the first part of it, because I don't know what that question means. Oh, you mean like 2 different buttons open your menu? All right. So on this part, you can get a high potion from this guy. The deal is, the fastest thing to do on this train car, is to run out of time. And so it's faster than going through this whole part, just run out of time. And so we can do whatever we want on this screen while this timer runs down. So first, you might as well talk to this guy and get a free high potion. Second, the timer does still run down while you are in a menu. And so might as well get some stuff done here. So what we see is Assault Gun is being equipped on Barret, and the Ice Materia was unequipped from Cloud. What that achieves is it raises Cloud's strength stat. Every green materia lowers his strength and raises his magic. So yeah, that does that. And then now just waiting for swag. You could change your menu color here. I would have put in a menu color change. And all right. So let's speed this up a little bit here. You know, I mean, we got to get through this in some kind of reasonable amount of time. So parts like this can be manipulated. Let's see. Oh, no wait here necessary, but this is probably just a natural instant escape there. Very nice. Just for style points, Dub, because you have free time to do it right there. Alright, so I'm not going to be pointing it out all the time, but once again, we have Stutterstepping here. Walking on the frames in which danger is accumulated in order to get walking danger, but running every other frame in order to get running speed. So what it could be, Kiefler, is in the accessibility settings of the PS5, you can manually change your controller layout. And so it could be that you've got like the accessibility rebindings on. Oh, you're not on PS5, you're on PC. Are you using Steam input? Because it could be a Steam input thing then also. On PC, it could be any number of things. Okay. Oh, we have the first one here. Okay, so this right here is a battle skip. So if you open the menu on the frame in which the game tries to trigger a battle, it will cause the battle not to trigger. So basically all of the logic in order to create a battle fires, meaning your danger increases, the game it grabs the two numbers off of field RNG to increment your step ID. So it's like step ID increments, fractions roll over, danger increments. It sees that you have enough danger for a battle, and so it fires the logic to decide what formation you get, and your formation ID increases, and all that kind of stuff, but it just does not actually start the battle. Yeah, you can do menu skips in a normal run, but it's all of those implications. So, firstly, yes, it's absolutely possible. It does not reset your danger. So that's a great question. It does not reset your danger because your danger doesn't reset until you come out of a battle. But here, because the battle never triggered, you never come out of a battle, and so your danger stays high. Now, the other thing is that as far as doing this trick in a normal run, first of all, you have to be frame perfect. You have to open the menu on the frame that the game tries to produce the battle. So it's very, very, very hard to do. And then the other thing is that because your danger doesn't reset, it makes it so that hang on, I got to think about this for a second. Because your danger doesn't reset, it makes it so that very often it doesn't really work out the way that you'd want it to. Let me give you an example. Okay, let's talk about skippable battles versus non-skippable battles in a regular run and why very few battles are actually skippable. So on this axis over here, we have your danger. And on this axis down here, we have your step ID. And so what this means, as you all know, that means that as your step ID increases, meaning as you are moving, your danger is going up, right? So there you go. Here, this is the graph. Your danger goes up as you're moving. And also, then there are, on different step IDs, there is some kind of check for whether you should get into a fight. Yeah? Let me think about this. I got to think about how to draw this in order to get it right. Okay. So, from the top. Because the reason that the battles are like icicles or stalactites is because the battle check is saying if you have this much danger or more, then you get into a fight. So when I reach this step ID, if I have this much danger or more, I get into a fight. And so what that means is under these circumstances, as you're moving, if this is the danger curvature, as you're moving, this is why battles are completely deterministic, is because this is how it works. The icicles are exactly the same on every run. So you are guaranteed, you're never, like under these circumstances, right, you're never going to get into this fight. You're never going to get into this fight because you're clearly going under it, right? But you are going to get into this fight. Now, I'll briefly talk about walking steps and why walking works, which is that, like, walking might only get you this much danger. And so what you can do is, instead of running this entire time, if you walk for this amount of time, then you can start running at this point, right? And so this is, so first of all, just to talk about it, this is exactly what walking steps does, is it stops you from getting into this encounter. You see what that means? You walk until you've gotten underneath this particular step ID with not enough danger yet to get into the encounter, and then you start running once you've walked enough. Okay, so anyway, here's the deal about battle skips, though. If you were to get into this fight, yeah? But real quick to answer Rendell's question, walking achieves exactly 1/4 as much danger as running does, and it also moves you exactly 1/4 as much distance. And so under these circumstances, I now that like that's a good enough question where I have to talk about it real quick. Under these circumstances, let's talk about the distance that you cover before you get into a fight. So the thing is that we can use the selection tool here in order to determine that this amount of running is 233 pixels wide, right? Yeah, this amount of time is 233 pixels, yeah? So that means, so let's just say that every pixel on this graph is 1 frame of you moving. Does that make sense? So you are able to move 233 wait. 200? I might have gotten that wrong. No, it's 365. So if you were running, you would get a battle after 365 frames. Yeah? Now, if you walked, you have to walk for, it looks like, 550 frames, which is a long time to be not moving very far. Because you only move... Now we're going to have to write this down. I hate that Notepad++ is the top option now. So running, in this hypothetical, we got 365 frames of running movement. And so but remember that running is 4 times as fast as walking is. So we get 4 times farther in space when we're running than if we're walking, right? So that means that we'll just multiply it by 4 and say that's 1460 units of distance. 460 distance units that's how far we got before we got our encounter. Yeah? This is how far we got in space before an encounter happened. If we walked, what would happen is we spend this much time walking, which is 423 pixels, right? Okay, so walking, 423 frames of walking. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna do another thing real quick. I'm gonna make one more point. What if you only walked? If you only walked, you would hit this encounter. Yeah? You see how that makes sense? Where if we walked the entire time, you wouldn't get an encounter until all the way over here, right? That would be your first encounter if you walked the entire time. And that is 726, okay? So that's 726 frames of walking before an encounter happened. But because walking is only a fourth as far of distance as running is, that means that even though it took us longer to get into the encounter, we only made it 726 units of distance. So we actually only made it half as far. Do you see how this works out? Tell me if this is confusing or if this is a good description. It means that yes, walking made it take us longer in time to get an encounter, but because we were moving so slowly, we only got half as far. Okay. So, what do we actually do in a speed run? What we actually do in a speed run is we only walk exactly the right amount. And so what we would do in this case is we would first walk, looks like 428 frames. So the speed strat is 428 frames of walking, and then we would begin running. Once we've walked the minimum distance, then we begin running. Because at this point, as you can see, from this point right here, it no longer matters whether we're walking or running. We're going to hit the same encounter, you see? And so that means that we only have to walk this much, then we can start running, okay? So that's why it's 428 frames of walking, then it is 299 frames of running in this particular hypothetical, which means 299 times 4 is 1196 plus 428 flat. We achieve 1624 units of distance. So in this hypothetical case, we actually got farther in space. You see, we actually made it farther into the game before getting our first encounter by doing this. But not that much further in this particular hypothetical, because this is a lot of walking is the reason. Like this is quite a bit of walking, and so it doesn't make a huge difference as you see, but sometimes it's a really big difference. And so this is the full explanation of walking versus running. And yeah, so anyway, okay, so now that all of that is explained, now I must talk about, and so also let's talk about the fact that, remember that in this TAS, we're seeing that stutter stepping, where the TAS is programmed to run for 7 frames and then walk for 1 frame, run for 7 frames and then walk for 1 frame. So in the TAS example, then all of this time is spent stutter stepping instead of walking, and then all of this time is spent just running. And this amount of time, you're getting, again, 29 30 seconds as fast, or as much distance. And so, I mean, we can calculate that. So, here we go. So the TAS running in this particular example, it gets these, except this is stutter stepping. And so that would be 428 times 4 times 29 over 32 plus whatever 299 times 4 is. I need a parenthesis. Okay, well, it's 50. It's that much. 1551, 15515, right? Boom. So the TAS is able to achieve 2747.5 units of distance. So there you go. This is the power of the stutter stepping. Is that the TAS is getting almost running speed. Why is it 7 frames? Because it's every 8 frames that the game checks whether you're walking or running. So it's only on every 8th frame that the game walks. It only walks on the frames that the game checks. So there you go. Then does that make sense then for stutter stepping? Is that there you go. Okay, now we'll talk about menu skipping. So the answer is yes, you are able to menu skip encounters in a regular run. However, here is the problem. Is if you were to skip this encounter, or okay, let me say it this way. If you were to get into this encounter right here, then what would happen is your danger would reset to 0, and then your next encounter would be this one. And this would be like a normal trajectory. You reset to 0 danger, you start running again, and then you get into this encounter. If you skip this encounter, though, then your danger doesn't reset. And so we'll put that hypothetical into purple here, and what will happen is you'll just hit this encounter. And so if you hit this encounter, your danger would reset, and you would still hit this encounter anyway. Or you would have to skip this second encounter, and then you would still hit, this one, right? So you would have to skip both encounters, but there's a problem with that, is that both of the times that the encounter logic fires, right here and right here, it will increase your formation ID. So all of these spots are spots where your formation ID increments. And so if you were to miss the first encounter, if you were to miss the skip, then you would take this path and you would end up with two formation ID increases. Yeah? 2 formation ID increases. But if you got the first skip and then you missed the second one, or you got the second one, either way, that gets you 3 formation ID increments. And so now your formation ID is different. And so what that means is you would end up with 2 different step routes. Your step route would either be that you got 2 or that you got 3. Or sorry, it would actually be 2 down here or 3 up here. You would have to have 2 different step routes, whether you got 2 or 3. So that would mean that, like, it would just be a huge pain in the ass to have 2 different step routes. And yeah, I mean, that would be it. Yeah, that's it. That's the point. You'd have to have 2 step routes. And which step route you're on would depend on which battle skips you got. And that would just be stupid. Does that make sense? So we would consider this battle to be in like an RTA route. We're talking about RTA here. So in RTA, we would consider this battle to be not skippable. And I would say that this is the majority of the case. Almost all of the time, this is how it works out, and it's not skippable, right? However, RTA means not TAS. It means you're a human with a controller doing live attempts. However, let's say that this battle was not here. If this battle was not here, well then this is skippable. Now it is skippable because if you skipped it, then your next encounter, whether you skipped it or not, your next encounter would be this one. And so either way, you would hit either this this formation ID change, and then whether or not you skipped this battle, you would hit this or this, and then you would be back at 0 danger. And so either way, you get 2 formation ID increases. So this circumstance is a skippable battle. Again, this is the theory for RTA. So now back to talking about TAS. Well, TAS is just perfect all the time. So TAS can skip as many battles as it wants. There's a few different reasons to either to choose not to skip a battle. One would be if they want their formations to increase a certain way. One would be if they want their danger to reset to 0. And another would be the duplicating boss glitch, which we'll talk about in a bit. But first, there's a battle skip. So there you go. That is the extremely long explanation about how battle skips work. And you're going to see a lot of battle skips in this TAS. So yeah, there's another one. Don't you need battles to increase your stats to beat the bosses? Not really. We will need battles for... Okay, let me put it to you this way. Not yet. We're gonna take more optimal battles later. I guess I'll explain it this way. There is, as far as I know, as far as what I would expect, the TAS will never fight a fight solely for the purpose of gaining experience. Gaining experience is the last thing that the TAS has to worry about. Just because the TAS can play perfectly, and it can play around every situation. So there will never be a battle that is won solely for the purpose of experience. It will always be for some other motive. That other motive might be getting a kill count to unlock limit breaks. It's most often going to be a requirement, like a scripted battle or a boss that has to be killed or something like that. And yes, there'll be other versions or other reasons as well. No, you don't need to be level 99 for 100%. So here, the TAS is taking a fight. And so very likely the reason to take this fight is going to be because of the duplicating boss glitch. So what I'm gonna guess here is that there is not going to be another random battle or another battle skip before the next boss occurs. So yeah, so the reason that last battle was not skipped, even though battles are skippable, is going to become apparent in a moment. I wonder if hitting the early frame there is faster. Like if it starts the... Oh no, there is another battle. Interesting. Oh, but this battle gives Barret his limit. That's also very interesting. Okay, so that battle filled Barret's limit bar. It would roll them differently, Omni. Each one would have its own rolls for drops. So, yeah, we'll talk about the duplicating boss glitch here. Anytime that there is a scripted battle in the game, and what we mean by scripted battle is we mean a battle that is triggered not by the game's random encounter logic, right? For example, Airbuster. The Airbuster fight is triggered by a script. Or like, it's triggered by a cutscene, it's triggered by a script on the field, not the random encounter logic. If you skip a random encounter with the menu, and then the next thing to happen before you get into a random battle and actually get the battle, if you trigger a scripted battle, you will fight the scripted battle twice. For some reason, it just bugs the game out for some reason, and it makes you fight the boss twice. And as you can imagine, for a speedrun, that's very slow. It's definitely not worth it. But when you actually get a battle, though, that's triggered by the random encounter logic, that will clear the glitch. All right. So anyway, notice holding on that text box for a few frames. The reason, of course, or maybe it didn't, but it probably did. In order to get battle RNG that produced critical big shot. Critical hit on the big shot. It does also run the risk of crashing because of a duped fight, yes. So, Airbuster has been one-shot by a critical Barret big shot. And you notice the pause and resume at the end of the battle there, right? The quick pause and resume that happened at the end of the fight. That was once again in order to set up. It does not, Kino. It's either it's double or nothing. Or I guess double or single, as it were. So now the reason to manipulate battle RNG at the end of that fight is because once again, here we are meeting a new character. And so right here, as usual, this is the spot in which the game decides what level Eris should be and levels her up from 1 up to the level that she's supposed to be. And for those level ups, it's using, once again, it is using where battle RNG last left off in order to level her up. So manipulating the battle RNG of the Airbuster fight was not only to get that critical big shot, but then was also to set up battle RNG for an optimal Eris level. Or for optimal Eris stats. Alright, we better start, I keep saying we gotta start fast forwarding a whole bunch. Oh, I thought you were talking about real life. That's funny. I mean, you can cheat running in real life also, right? Like, with, like, steroids and shit, you know? I feel like most people who are competing at running are probably against steroids. Or it would probably also be, against the rules to, like, sabotage the other runners, you know? Somehow. I don't know exactly how. Put rocks in their shoes or something. You think it's the opposite? Oh, interesting. We're using up step IDs here. That's very interesting. I can't imagine why that would be. All right. Putting rocks in Zeal's shoes, dude. I'll have you know, if Zeal ever runs turbo, he's probably using the turbo controller that I made for him. And so there you go. You can say that I sabotaged it if it's bad. If the run goes poorly, you can blame the controller that I sent him that sabotaged. There's turtles for 100%. All right. Oh, paralysis dodge here. Okay, so here we got another paralysis dodge. So, I don't know exactly what's happened. I don't know Does running back to the bed cause cloud? Ah, yeah. Okay. So, running back to the bed gives you this text box, which freezes you. So, he's grabbing the potion on the same frame that he's hitting this. And so then that lets him run out, because he's running, Eris is supposed to wake up and come out and grab him, right? She's supposed to wake up and come out and grab you because she caught you. But because we're not paralyzed, we can just leave the room anyway. Oh, that's so cool. It's not new, but I haven't really seen it. I haven't really seen it been done in 100% runs, and then, yeah, I haven't really seen it very much, but I know that it's been known for a little while. All right, here we go. We've got a shop, so we're selling everything but the potion and the iron bangle, and buying 64 grenades. I'm covering it up right here, but 64 grenades were just purchased. But people love watching the shops in real time on a TAS, so here we go. None of it, R6. I'm going into this totally blind. I have no clue what new tricks we're going to see in this. But here's going to be playground skip, so there it is. So if you don't know, here is where Eris catches you, and then you have to go to the playground together. But you can actually run behind her, and that's called playground skip. Now, it is a little tricky, though, because right about here, you're actually in her detection box right here for 1 frame. If you do the movement correctly, you will be in her detection box for 1 frame. But the thing is, because of how her script is written, she only checks the detection box every other frame. So as long as you do it right, as long as you do it on the right frame, you can get behind her without her noticing. How many grenades are usually bought there? At this point in an RTA run, 66. 66 is what's bought there in an RTA run. At least using the route that I use. Say that saves you about 1 minute. The playground skip we're talking about. Oh yeah, because if you do playground skip, then she's not here to do the minute-long cutscene here. There's like a 1 minute long cutscene in the playground here that you skip. And yeah, the stutter stepping through the broken road. Yep. All right, and now I can't imagine that anything's going to be particularly crazy in Wall Market here. I mean, I imagine we're going to see the paralysis dodges, of course. But that should be it, right? Here we go. We're setting this up. So yeah, we'll talk about the paralysis dodge here. So here's another paralysis dodge. When you hit the trigger right here, Cloud sits down and you order the food, right? But you can also talk to this guy. So right here, boom, 2 text boxes on top of each other because we've hit the thing and we talked to the guy. So now, Cloud is unfrozen. And so he's able to run down here. And then right here, the moment, like the frame, as you saw there, the frame that we're getting the pharmacy coupon, he's able to be leaving the room. So that saves a tiny bit of time. But that's exactly what the TAS is about, is saving literally every frame possible. And yo, kyaks. All right, grabbing the digestive. How much faster is this over RTA? All right. So, it's 2.5 hours faster than the PC world record. And this is PS1 loading times that are even slower than the PS2 load times that we get on RTA runs. You know? like again, it's 2.5 hours faster than the run that has perfect load times. And just my wild guess throwing out there is that I think it saves. I think it loses between an hour and a half to 2 hours of time just from load times alone, I would guess. Maybe we'll... Yeah, that's what I would say. So I would say it's like so considering everything, it's like 4 to 4.5 hours faster. And once we get out of Midgar, you'll start to see why. All right. Cloud's about to remove his garments, Randy. All right, that's a good point. 1 point. Funny how that works out. All right, there we go. So Cloud's garments are removed about right now. But now he's coming out with different ones on. All right. So there we go. Nothing super crazy here. Oh, I should give that command like a slight cooldown, right? It doesn't matter, whatever. If I give it a cooldown, then it won't be able to get used on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously.
Yes.
All right. Everything here, very normal. See, now we're cruising. When we get to spots like this, we get to cruise. Oh! Dude, that's why he walked around in the rafters. Is for this part. Because he needed to get to a preemptive step ID. Okay, we gotta talk about preemptive step IDs real quick. So, let's talk about the field map RNG. All right. So this right here is the RNG, or the field RNG table. This right here is random as far as field scripts are concerned in the game. So what that means is, this list, this is every number from 0 to 255, each represented exactly one time. And this is how, you know how when I talk about random encounter mechanics, where every 8 frames, the game increments your danger, of movement. The game increments your danger, and then it compares your danger against a random value, right? Except that the random number is actually not random. It's actually the same list of numbers every time. Okay, now we can finally talk about this. This right here is the list of random numbers. This is literally the list. And here's how it works. Is you start out on position 0. And then every 8 frames of movement, when the game runs its checks, when the game does the encounter check, it does a couple things. Let's make a new tab here. So, every frame of we'll talk about this. Every frame of movement, the game increments your fractions. So your fractions, right, It's exactly like Doom. I'm glad if you guys know how Doom RNG works, this makes a lot more sense. So fractions, right? Fractions are counting your movement every single frame. Yeah. Only ones that you have control over. That's also a good question, Omni. If there is a script that moves Cloud from place to place, that does not count towards your movement. Which actually it creates a funny little trick you can do, just a little optimization, which is that when you press circle to grab a ladder, right? Cloud has to run over to the ladder and grab it, yeah? And guess what? That is a scripted Cloud movement that does not count towards your steps. So if you grab ladders from far away, it saves you on steps versus running all the way up to bonking into them before grabbing them. So that's a funny thing, right? Anyway, so every frame of movement, your fractions roll over, and then every 8 fractions they roll over to 0. Yeah. Technically, how this works is plus 32 every frame rolls. Right, it's 32, rolls over at 256. It rolls over to 0. When they roll over to 0, that's right, Blink. When they roll over to 0, if the field you are on is hostile, it's going to do some things. Yeah. If the field is not hostile, it will not do anything. Your fractions just roll over to 0 and everything continues. Like nothing happens. So while you're running through like Wall Market, for example, your fractions are constantly looping through and just not doing anything. And yes, if you're paralysis dodged, your fractions do increment. Okay. So if the field you are on is hostile, meaning the field you are on is able to produce encounters, then what happens is first, I'm not exactly sure what in what order these things happen, but it's not important. It's not going to be important for all of these things to be in exactly the correct order, but the game increments your danger according to whether you are, according to the field you are in. Different fields have different danger incrementation values, and then also it's 1/4 as much if walking versus running. Then it grabs, actually this part is important that they're in the right order, grabs a random number to determine whether to set the preemptive flag. Then it grabs a random number to act as the danger threshold for an encounter. If your danger is higher than the danger threshold plus some function, get into encounter. Oh, wait, it actually does more things. Grabs a random, wait. Hang on. If your danger is higher than the danger threshold, grab a random formation number and check for a special battle. If no special battle, grab a random formation number and to determine formation if formation is the same as last formation fought. Grab a third random formation number to determine formation. And then lastly, start battle of determined formation. Okay. This turned out to be longer than I was expecting. But so this is how encounters work. All right? We've already talked about this. Every frame that you're moving, your fractions go up. They go up by 32 every frame that you're moving. They roll over to 0 when they hit 256. This is why we're always talking about every 8 frames of movement, things that happen. Things happen. Now, none of the following stuff happens if you're on a non-hostile field. But if you are, then you get your danger increment. It's different if you're walking. And then this is why we're here, is I want to talk about I want to talk about these 2 lines. This is why we're here, is because grab a random number. I'm going to put step ID in right here. I'm going to put step ID, and then I'm going to switch this to formation ID. Instead of random formation number, we're going to call it random number, but we need to label it differently because, okay. So here's the deal, is that the random number that it grabs is going to be from this list. And you start out on position 0 always. The way that the game works is that this is the list of random numbers. And so every time that a random number is grabbed, it's grabbed from this list sequentially. However, it's sequentially according to this bookmark. So the step ID is a certain bookmark that is on this table that starts here. So the very first time that the game checks for a random battle, the first thing it does is it grabs a random number for the preemptive flag. So that will grab this number. And then that determines whether or not to set the preemptive flag. Yeah? Then it immediately grabs another number, which is this number, to check your danger against. So this is the actual danger check. So what that means is that this here is the random number list, and this is where the game gets your danger thresholds for whether or not you get into encounters, but it's not every single number. It's actually every other number, because every other number is what it's using for its danger thresholds, but every other number is what it's using for the preemptive flag. Every single battle check, it grabs 2 random numbers on the step ID bookmark. And it's always in this order, and it's 2 every time. Yeah? So preemptive, danger threshold. Preemptive, danger threshold. Preemptive, danger threshold. And it goes through that. It goes through the whole thing, doing it exactly that way. Okay? Also, plus some function. Let's put an asterisk here, and we might as well come down here and say asterisk. The function is that there's some kind of multiplier on it that I don't remember. There's all, yeah, you know what? I don't know enough about it to give it the asterisk, but anyway. There's some multiplication that happens. There's like a rounding thing that might happen, and then there's also the offset to talk about, but we don't have to worry about that. So, but okay. Why am I talking about all this? We don't have to worry about formations yet. Formations are a whole different thing that we don't have to talk about yet. We're just concerned about these two lines right now. So what is happening on the TAS right here? Talks to Tifa. Talks to Eris. We get into the fight with Apps. And the fight with Apps is preemptive. How the hell do you get a preemptive encounter against a boss? Well, the way that it's done is that this field right now is hostile. So this field is able to produce encounters. So that means as he runs over to Eris here, this last frame of movement, or one of these last frames of movement, whichever one it was, it might be this one because it's a walking frame. I imagine it's that one because it's a walking frame. On that frame, what happened was fractions rolled over to 0. It's a hostile field. It incremented danger. Then it grabbed a random number, and this step ID, the position that we're at on the RNG table right now, let's say it's right here, determined, yes, set the preemptive flag for the following battle, or for the battle for this step ID. Then it grabbed another random number, which would be this one, just if in this hypothetical that we happen to be on this step ID. Then grab another number to check the danger against, and what it decided is our danger is not over the threshold. So it did not produce an encounter, and it just left the rest out. But the preemptive encounter flag was still set. And so that means that now, if we trigger the boss fight, the preemptive flag is set by your step ID, and so the preemptive actually works on the boss. Isn't that cool? That's another strat that is possible RTA. We do that strat RTA. But what's so cool about it, the thing that I think is so sick, is that, remember, I was asking back here, back attacks are special battles. When we back attacks happen right here. When it determines that you do get a fight, then it grabs a random number from the formation ID bookmark and checks for a special battle. A special battle is where you would get into a back attack. All right. Oh, sorry. RTA means real time attack. It just means like a real time run where you're a person with a controller putting in the buttons with your hands. Anyway, so back here, remember when I said, there it is. Remember when I said, why is he walking right now? All that does is waste step IDs. You see? I was saying, why is he just wasting step IDs right here? The reason is because he's advancing to the next preemptive step ID for the apps fight. So right now, just intentionally wasting movement because there wasn't a preemptive step ID early enough. And the reason that you would do it now is because right now, we're waiting for Eris to get to her next spot. Right now, what you have to do on this spot is you have to just wait for Eris to run up the stairs. And normally you would just stand here. So it loses 0 time to use up the step IDs right now. And so then that means that over here, he doesn't have to waste time moving around right here. He can just do it and have it put him on the step ID. Dude, that is so sick. All right, there we go. That paid off big time. So anyway, what does the preemptive allow us to do? First of all, everybody has perfect ATB, so everybody gets their turn right away. And then here, waiting on this Braver for a few frames, what does that mean? Everyone knows what that means, right? Boom! Critical hit on the Braver. So, first of all, Braver does 4 times damage to Apps's back. Apps is specially programmed to take quad damage in the back instead of double damage. So the Preemptive makes the Braver do quad damage, and then the crit is making it do 8 times damage. 8 times damage Braver here to start out with. No, on 100%, we don't have the movement to waste. Nice crit. Oh, dude, that's such a fast fight. Or yeah, RTA Hundo usually doesn't even get the preemptive apps. If you're on PC, though, sometimes you get it, just because PC is so much more forgiving with steps. SR20, thank you for the €20 super chat. Holy shit. Thank you very much. And Happy New Year to you as well. In any percent no slots, step ID 48 sounds correct. Oh, nice. The new Hundo route does get the preempt. That's cool. I don't think we've seen a trick specifically in that we can necessarily do RTA yet. All right. Crispy, welcome on in. So here's a battle skip with some menuing being done in the meantime. He equipped Steel. Why not? Most of the strats that we've seen so far have to do with manipulating battle RNG. And for many reasons, we can't manipulate battle RNG. Have I considered doing a presentation like this at a convention? So at a convention, at Mag West, I did do a live TAS commentary, and then just 2 days ago on RPG Limit Break, Ace and I together did a live commentary of the any percent TAS. But live commentary is a lot different, because a live commentary, you have to do it as the run is going, and you can't pause it, and so you sort of miss a lot of stuff, you know? This, where we're allowed to pause, I can rewind, I can frame by frame. I sort of think it's best suited for like YouTube, because it's gonna take me 10 hours to get through this run, you know? And nobody's got time for a 10-hour panel. So, Ghost Hand is a steal that we need for Hundo. And so, of course, just RNG manipulation to get an instant steal, successful steal, followed by an instant escape. The cookies at the Mag West Hotel are really good. Really? I don't think I had a cookie. I don't think I got a cookie. Oh yeah, the pause, we've had to talk about those a few times. You know what did happen though? Oh my god, I gotta tell you guys about the thing that happened for the Mag West TAS. What happened exactly? I gotta remember how the story starts. Oh yeah, there was a place where you could get food at the hotel, And so I was gonna real quick before the presentation, I was gonna go get a burger, right? Go get a burger, eat the burger, do the presentation. It was gonna be great, right? But when I went to the thing, it said that like there was a little sign at in front of the bar or the eating area, the restaurant eating area, that said that it was open from like noon to 4 and like 6 to 10 or something like that. And it was 5, right? So I was like, oh shit, apparently like there's like a 2-hour window that we happen to be in right now where the place is closed for some reason. Fuck. So I went outside and I walked to the nearest like bar to the nearest burger place, right? I looked up on maps or whatever, where can I get a burger? I walked over to the place. There was a place that said that they were open. It was in the middle of the day, right? This is like 4 o'clock, I'm telling you, or like 5 o'clock. I walked over to this other bar and grill for a burger, and what do you know it? The door was locked. I walked all the way to this place and the door was locked. And there was a guy standing outside that said, "Oh yeah, it's too bad. The people that were the people that worked there just left like 1 minute ago. I don't know. They went out to lunch or something. They locked up like 1 minute ago. They'll be back though." And I was like, "I don't got time for them to be back, dude." So I couldn't get the burger there. I don't have time to walk to any other place. So I just had to walk back to the convention center. And then at that point, I just had no food. Now I spent my entire eat time not eating any food. So what I had to do was go to the, at that point, I think the restaurant area did actually open up at that point, like in the hotel. By the time I got back and we had very, very little time, I had like 10 minutes, then the place was open, the in-hotel restaurant. So I went up to them and I was just like, "Hey, if I just order like fries, will that come out really fast?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, probably." I'm like, "All right, I need some fries." And then I waited like 8 minutes, right? The place is the run is in 10 minutes. I waited like 8 minutes and I'm like, dude, I don't even have time to eat these things anymore. They weren't showing up. So I had to just tell the guy like, "Hey, sorry, I gotta go. I have to leave." And so I just left. And then I went up to the then I went to the MagWest, the event, the panel stage, and I told the producers like, "Dude, how much time do I have really? Because I haven't eaten all day, you know, and I've been trying to eat and I can't find any food." And they were like, "Yeah," well, they said, "Oh, there is like a concession stand over in this other part of the hotel. And, you know, you've got 2 minutes. Sure, that's fine, right? You probably got 5 minutes, whatever." So then I had to jog across the hotel to go to this like gas station style convenience store in the hotel so I could buy a bag of grandma's cookies and then just fucking wolf them down while I'm jogging back to the convention or to the stage. And that's why once they finally get this run uploaded to YouTube, if they ever do, if I'm like super out of breath at the start of the fight, that's why, or at the start of the stream or the event, that's why. Is that was everything that I had just gone through, including having to run back and forth across the hotel and just scarf down a bag of grandma's cookies. And let me tell you, that bag of grandma's cookies saved my fucking life. And I was able to power right through that event, no problem. This was at MagWest, Flex. Anyway, that's the experience that I had with cookies at MagWest. Next year, hopefully they invite me back next year. It was super fun. I don't think they will though, because it was very specifically like an FF7 thing, you know? As in, it was MagWest 7, and so they wanted Final Fantasy 7 to be... Final Fantasy 7 was like the thematic... it was like the theme of all of the marketing and stuff. And so they wanted like an FF7 speedrun to show at the event. And so that's why they got me to do the commentary, because Dwango was also there with TAS. So Dwango wanted to do an FF7 TAS, and so then I was the one for commentary. Long story short, that specific series of things is the reason that I was invited, and so I don't think that I'll be invited necessarily next year. And also, I'm gonna have like a 6-month-old, so I don't think I should be going to a convention anyway. But it was really fun. I really enjoyed it. MagWest was awesome. I had a ton of fun. All right, what kind of Reno fight are we seeing here? So, as we expect, we got not one, not two, but 3 opening attacks. All 3 characters got opening attacks. It is interesting to see, Barrett be the one to get pyramided. There must be a specific reason to keep Cloud out. I imagine the reason to keep Cloud out is to fill his limit bar, right? Oh yeah, and I suppose it barely mattered because Cloud is only throwing a couple grenades anyway. Did I have anything to drink? They gave me a bottle of water. Yeah. So the enemy's turns are based on battle RNG when the enemy turn starts. So by manipulating like your timing with ATB weight, you are not only manipulating things like your own critical hits and your own damage rolls, but you're also manipulating then when the enemy's turn comes up, what frame is that going to happen on? Thus, how is their AI script going to resolve? The fastest prison animation? I'm not sure what you mean by prison animation. And all right. Yeah. Basically, like it's really not that complicated. It's that battle RNG is advancing every frame, and so you want the enemy's turn to start on the frame that is where the RNG of that frame is going to result in the RNG that you want. Does RTA attack with Cloud once rather than use a grenade? If Cloud's strength has rolled high enough, then it is faster to do that, yes. But if your Braver hits if your Braver hits apps for like 470, then you shouldn't. But if it hits him for like 490 to 500, then you should. Because there's a chance to under-roll damage and leave him with like 1 HP remaining if Cloud's strength isn't high enough. No, 100% will use lots of different characters. I'm just taking a very long time to get through here. Does this run use slots? This is a this is a 100% no slots run. So 100% does require that we unlock the slots ability, but we are not allowed to use it. Okay. Yeah, it's a good point. We are required to use every character if for no other reason to unlock their limit limit breaks. All right, all right. And yeah, exactly what Frogivore is saying is that, like, using slots in a 100% run, exactly, would just make it so that it's like you have every materia and every limit break and everything available to you, but the fastest thing to do on every boss is still just to use slots, you know? It would kind of defeat the purpose. So, notice that a random encounter was taken and not skipped at the very end of the junkyard there. The reason is that the next battle we're going to get into is going to be at the start of the Shinra HQ, which is going to be a scripted encounter. And the scripted encounter would be doubled if we had skipped the most recent random encounter. The level 4 limit item, yes, is so we need to finish the. I'll give you the exceptions here. So we need to finish the run with every single item in our inventory, including all weapons, armors, accessories. However, the exceptions are the limit break items, because we consider unlocking the limit breaks to be more important than hoarding the items. So we use them to unlock the limits. Also, the Desert Rose and the Earth Harp are both. Sorry, forgive me. I lost it a second ago. Desert Rose and Earth Harp, we don't need either, because those are, God, I'm having so much trouble finishing this sentence because I keep looking at chat and thinking about what chat's saying. It's more important to turn those items in to finish the side quests than it is to hoard the items. There we go. And then lastly, the other item that we don't require is the save crystal, because the save crystal is used as part of the verification process. So that's just an extra special exception to make verification not a complete nightmare, is to be able to make a save and have a save file that has all of the items in it. There you go. The reasons it was so hard for me to finish those sentences is A, I was thinking about the fact that you could maybe use the double boss glitch to get 2 Desert Roses and 2 Earth Harps, if that works on the world map. I'm not sure if the double boss glitch applies to the world map, though. I've actually never thought about that. Do any FF7 scientists know that question, or know the answer to that question? Does the double boss glitch apply to world map scripted encounters? It would apply to Diamond, right? Because Diamond warps you to a field, and then the field starts the fight. But, however, Emerald Weapon and Ruby Weapon start from the world map. But yeah, right. Technically, you could definitely use. Oh yeah, and Ultimate Weapon and Midgar Zolom. You could definitely use the double boss glitch to get multiple all creations. You could use it to get. You could also get. Can you buy multiple Omni Slashes? I'm not sure. Anyway, doesn't matter. So this is the scripted encounter, by the way, that would have been duplicated if the last random encounter hadn't been taken. And then you guys know all about elevator manip, right? Oh, this is cool. The step route is efficient enough to be able to just grab this right now. I guess you would always do that if you're doing elevator manip. I bet Blink's step route does this also. It would have to. But yeah, that's cool. Doing elevator lets you grab turtles too right now. And so now field map RNG is going to be used in order to randomly get the perfect elevator here. Yeah, for the horn later on, I imagine they're gonna take the stairs from the top. Just take it from the top instead of the bottom. Alright, so the first floor, I'm guessing it was 17, just in order to get this fight. And then here, so delay on that last grenade in order to manipulate Tifa's level up. Maybe to get that grenade also. And then now it's going to be floor 29. This is just a frame perfect button press is what gets you this. It's RNG manipulation using frame perfect button presses. Next is going to be 38. Because that floor also does not produce an encounter. Next is going to be 47. And then 56 also produces this cutscene instead of an encounter, but you can just do a 12 jump all the way to 59 instead. So there it is, 12 jump to 59. And so very briefly to talk about that. Once again, field map RNG table. The way that the elevator works very briefly is that let's say this is your field map RNG bookmark that you're at right now. We have to talk about the idea of the different bookmarks real quick. So this actually is going to be a slightly longer explanation than what I promised a moment ago. But let's talk about it. Okay. So this is the field map RNG table. What does my box look like? Awesome. So the way that step ID works is, as I said, you've got a bookmark. And then when the game checks for a random encounter, what does it do? It moves your bookmark by... Hang on. Maybe I should use GIMP for this. Let's GIMP this up. Now we're getting really serious. Just give me this. Okay. MS Paint has layers now? Oh, well, I'm on GIMP. Oh, you know what, though? GIMP might actually be super annoying because I just remembered that it's actually really annoying to draw a square in this program. I think what you do is you draw a rectangle. Right? We're going to draw a rectangle like this. And we're going to paint bucket it. Oh, hang on. We got to be on a new layer. Okay. Paint bucket it. And then we shrink the selection by, we'll say, 5 pixels. And then we erase. There we go. I have drawn a rectangle. All right. So this is your step ID. And remember what I was saying is that it grabs a random number twice. Every step ID, it grabs a random number. Yeah? Or it grabs 2 random numbers. First, it grabs a number to determine whether or not your fight is going to be preemptive, and then it grabs a number to determine whether or not you should get into a fight, right? Then, should it be preemptive? Should it be a fight? Then, however, down here, once it determines that you should get into a fight, it uses your formation ID in order to determine what formation you should get. Well, that is a different bookmark. So if we duplicate this layer and now give me an orange. So your formation ID also starts at 0. So way back here, we left behind a different bookmark on the same RNG table. So as I'm saying, we're going through our step IDs, right? Going through step IDs, la-di-da. And then let's say on this step ID right here, the game determined, yes, it's time for a battle. Then what it does is it grabs a random number to check the special battle. But that is using the formation ID bookmark, and it grabs this number. And if it determines that it should not be a special battle, then it grabs another random number to check on the regular encounter table. So that's the formation ID. And then let's say then okay, cool, then we get our battle. Then we get our battle of that formation. So this is what it means when our step ID is, what is this, 34? Because that's 15. So that's 31, 32, 33, 34. Yeah. So this would be step ID 34, position 34 on the table. And then this is formation ID 2. Yeah? And now your danger drops back to 0. And you start moving through. Your step ID starts moving through the table again. Your formation ID is not affected. And then boom, we get into another fight. Okay? So here's another fight that we got into. So then it rolls for your formation. Give me one random number. Ask if it should be a special battle. Oh, it shouldn't be a special battle? Give me another random number. Oh, it's going to be a regular battle. However, let's say that this is the same. This random number here is the same pie slice on the special or on the regular encounter table as this number is. Well, then it will grab a third random number from formation ID in order to re-roll your battle one time. It grabs this number, and then it will give you whatever battle that produces, regardless of if it's the same as the last battle that you got. Yeah? So as you can see, so this is the big difference between FF7 and Doom. Is for anybody who knows how Doom's RNG works. Doom's RNG works the same way, where it is just a list of every number from 0 to 255 in a hard-coded order. However, the difference is that in Doom, every single different thing that wants RNG, everything uses the same RNG table. Or sorry, the same RNG bookmark. So let's take that. So yeah, so in Doom, it's like regardless of if it's when you shoot your shotgun and it needs to roll a bunch of random numbers for the angles of each pellet. Each pellet that hits, it needs to roll random numbers for how much damage they do. Each one that hits the wall might have to do some kind of randomness, I'm not sure. Each monster that hears it makes some random decision. All of the other monsters are making other random decisions constantly, right? Like, what I'm telling you is, in Doom, every different thing is using the same bookmark. And so it's flying through the table over and over, and every little thing affects every other little thing, which is why RNG manipulation is so difficult in that game. But in FF7, do you see the way how both of these two different RNG systems are working independently of each other, and so they don't affect each other. You know, your steps are grabbing random numbers in order to check your danger against and check your preemptive IDs, but because your steps are the only thing that interacts with this particular bookmark, that makes it so that the step system is extremely manipulatable and simple. And also, same with your formations. Because formations are the only thing that moves this bookmark, and that RNG system is completely independent of the other RNG systems, that means that formations are also extremely manipulatable. All right? The reason I'm telling you all of this is because there is another RNG system that also works completely independent of these other two RNG systems, but also uses the same field RNG table. And that is the list and stone values. So this is the bookmark that is for a script on the field that wants a random number. For example, when you press this elevator button, it wants a random number in order to determine how many spaces to jump your floor, right? And so a script like that uses this bookmark. And the way that this bookmark moves is it's a little bit different. At first, when you first boot up the game, it is in the state where it just moves to the next position every time. Every time a field script wants a random number, this bookmark, independent of other bookmarks, just moves to the next value. However, there is another value that we call stone, which determines how many positions this bookmark jumps every time that it wants a random number. And that random number, or that the value of stone, can be any value that is a multiple of 16 plus 1. So let's say that your stone is 17. The thing about the multiple of 16 plus 1 is that each of these rows, the way that the table is laid out right now, the rows, there's 16 columns. So that means that if we move this 16, it would just move down 1. If we moved it 32, it would move down 2, right? If we moved it any multiple of 16, it would move simply up and down. But if we move it a multiple of 16 plus 1, then it will move to, to whatever multiple of 16 will move it to the next, it'll move it to whatever row, but then it'll move it to the next column always. The plus 1 moves it to the next column. So like from F7 here, 17 would move us to E9. Or the stone 33 would move us to 44. Or the stone 49 would move us to 1F, right? So from F7, what that means is no matter what your stone value is, from F7, the only next RNG values, this is the field table, Arion. This is field RNG. So the only thing, the only values that that F7 can possibly return, no matter what your stone is a value from this table. There are 16 different possible stone values, and every one of them would return you one of these values from any one of these values. It's kind of a weird thing about field RNG, about list, is that it'll always give you one column at a time. However, this barely matters. What I'm telling you right now barely matters because stone only changes a few times in the game. For example, I mentioned that at the start of the game, you just move normally through the table. And by the way, if you run off the end, then it does wrap you to the next row. So this means that your stone is 1, right? It's just you just move one value at a time through the table when your stone is 1. However, when you initiate the squats minigame, your stone gets hard coded. It gets set to 33 for some reason. For some reason, when you start the squats minigame, it sets your stone to 33. So from that point on, anytime that a field script wants a random number, your list value starts jumping down 2 columns every time. I'm not exactly sure where it would go from here. Would it go here? I think it starts jumping down 2 rows every move, right? So this is how it moves with 33. Okay. Yeah, it's a knight now, exactly. Okay. So here's where it gets good, okay? Now that you know how stone works, now that you know how list and stone works, and the fact that this bookmark is once again completely independent of step ID and independent of formation ID, even though all 3 of these RNG systems use the same RNG table, they all have different bookmarks and move through it differently under different circumstances. So field RNG, this bookmark, here's where it gets really good, is how the elevator works. What happens in the elevator stays in the elevator. Sorry. Hang on. All right, here we go. So what happens in the elevator is every single frame in the elevator, there is a value that's counting up by 1, and it rolls over at 254. Not 256. It is specifically hard-coded to roll over at 254 instead of 256. Anyway, it counts up by 1 every single frame. And except for when you're talking to this guy. And the funny thing is that the script that's counting up by 1 is actually on this guy. So while you're talking to him, the script of talking to him interrupts the counting script. So it's actually not counting every frame during the dialogue. But anyway, now it's counting up by 1 every frame. And so what it does is, let's say when you press the button, when you press the elevator button, let's say it's on 77. Let's say that the count is on 77. Yeah? We're going to have to move this to programmer. Let's say the count is on 77 right now. When you press the button, what it does is first it waits 50 frames. Oops. 77 plus, oh my God. 77. First, it waits 50 frames. So it allows itself to count up by and let's say that this is your bookmark, by the way, right now, yeah? You are on list 0. You happen to be on list 0 right now. So you're on position 0 of the RNG table. So the count is at 1. It was at 77 when you pressed the button. It waited 50 frames, and now you're on count 127. Then what it does is, remember, stone can be any multiple of 16 plus 1. And it's a 1 byte value, meaning it can only be from 0 to 255. Yeah? So what that means is there can be 16 different stone values. And so what it does to this number is it mods it by 16, and then it takes this value and it multiplies it by 16. And then it adds 1. So this gives us 241. And it sets this value as our new stone value. That is our new stone. And then it calls RNG 1 time to decide how many floors to jump. And so that call under this circumstance would mean we would jump from B1 all the way down to D3. And so D3, which, by the way, in decimal is 211. So it gets the number 211, and then it does some math to 211 in order to decide how many floors to actually jump, but that's the point. So essentially what that means like sort of what that specifically means. Give me another duplicate here, and we'll go. This one can be. Oh man, what color now? Let's do a blue. Okay. So sort of what that means is if we think of this as our projected list, because remember, depending on what frame we hit the button on, it's going to set stone differently. And like I said, every different, actually, technically not the case. Let's say that we're on this stone right now, or this list, just to make this visual actually make sense. If we're on this list, that means that depending on what our stone is, if it's 1, we'll go here, right? And if it's 17, we'll go here. 33 will go here. 49 will go here. Danger, thank you for the 37 months, and so on and so forth. That means that Hito, the value in the elevator that's counting up every single frame in order to determine what your new stone value is going to be so that it can call RNG one time, that means that basically you are running through this list of numbers as potential. What's happening is every single frame, if your value is E3 right now, this is your list value, is this position on the table. That means that it's running through these values just like projected. And then when you hit the button, boom, it's going to land on 1. It's going to land on the 1, and then it's going to set your stone to the appropriate value to move over to that position. And then for the next elevator jump, we're looking at the next column. What's the next column going to be, you know? Boom, you landed on this one. All right. So then there we go. So that's basically what's happening in the elevator. So all of that is so now that we all know, so that kind of makes sense, right? That it is something that it's counting every frame in the elevator. And so now what is happening is the TAS just has to hit the button frame perfect. On this frame, we want to get from 17 to 29, which means that we specifically need a jump of 12. We need the RNG value that it produces to math into a value of 12 jumps or 12 floors to get 29. Now, in order to get 38, we need the next random number to produce 9 floors. So just frame perfect button press. We got 9 floors. There's 38. All right. Then frame perfect button press for 9 floors. 47. Then frame perfect button press for 12 or more. This time we can get 12 or more floors. And there you go, floor 59. That's elevator. I don't know where I put my water, by the way. Did everybody enjoy TAS elevator? Are we having fun? All right. So now we got this fight. Fun thing about this fight is that there's technically 6 enemies in this fight, not 3. And the reason is when you break this guy's armor, it technically despawns that enemy and then spawns this enemy in. Holy shit, Sam, thank you for the $20 super chat. It's pretty sweet to have somebody with deep knowledge of FF7, best game ever made, who can explain the mechanics in a way that even someone with extremely basic programming knowledge can understand. Rock on. Thank you. Thank you for the $20 super chat very much. Yeah. And yeah, this is the 100% TAS. So shit's gonna get way cooler later even. Yo, Swonderland. But yeah, this fight is pretty basic. When these guys spawn in, they spawn in with 0 ATB, and our characters are faster than their characters. So as long as you grenade the same guy, as long as you keep everybody on the same dudes, they win the ATB races. Like, here's what I mean, is... Let's just take this first one, for example. Okay? So Tifa, right now, this is Tifa's turn. She is grenading the guy in front. Yeah? Boom. Hit... And then, oh, thank you. Mrs. Dash, everybody. What would I do without her? Okay. So the armor broke, and then, like I said, this guy spawns in with 0 ATB. He spawns in with 0 ATB on the same frame, or at least, we're in wait right now. We're in wait. So him spawning in with 0 ATB, and he's not gaining ATB because we're in wait. And then, or maybe it doesn't even, look, it doesn't matter. And then now, here it is, the same frame that it goes into time, Tifa's ATB goes to 0. So now these two characters are basically racing ATB, yeah? And the thing is, all 3 of our characters are faster than all 3 of these characters. And so that means that slow motion, or we'll go to it. Boom, right here, it means Tifa getting into this menu here, getting into ATB wait, into her menu, she wins the race. This guy does not have his turn yet. So as long as Tifa gets her grenade on him, queued up, now she's going to grenade him before he got a turn. Same thing happened with Cloud's dude, same thing just happened with Barrett's dude. There you go, they don't get any turns. And of course, manipulating starting battle RNG is how we got it so that we all 3 got turns before they got any turns as red armor dudes. All right, all right. Oh man, how far Wait, how far are we into this run, actually? Why is it 2 here? I think we're 1 hour and 18 minutes in, and for some reason this starts at 1. Here, if I break and then go, is it this key? Is it this key? Is it this key? Is it... I can't remember what key it is. Yeah, I swear also that there's a... I think that there's a setting. They would count as... I think they would count as 2 kills deadlift. I'm almost positive, but I'm not 100% sure. But I would think that they count as 2 kills. Yeah, I believe that there's a setting in order to make it start at 0. Whoops. Anyway. We'll just double time this, you know. Pretty fast, sneaky guards here. Arcanthius, hello, hello. Just as usual, get the key card from that guy, and then just as usual here, the mayor password is based on your in-game time, not RNG, so just pick the appropriate one. And then this we can speed up even more here. I think a lot of this stuff was data mined. I'm not the one who discovered most things about this game. And so the methods kind of vary from person to person. The couple things that I've figured out have just been by poking around in the RAM, using BizHawk. But there's much more sophisticated things that other folks do in order to like get actual like decompiled enemy AI scripts and that kind of stuff. Oh, this is really cool. So here's another paralysis dodge. So here, there is a cutscene trigger right here. And then this guy walks out of the room. And so right here, boom, he ran into the cutscene trigger and talked to this dude at the same time. So then when he ended talking to this guy, that's a paralysis dodge that lets him run up here and just leave without the cutscene playing. Now, here's what's crazy about this. Is that this guy leaving right here, this guy deciding to leave and walk out at this time is RNG. That is our green box. That is our field RNG that's doing that. Which means the way to manipulate him walking out at this particular time had to do with the elevator manip. The way that the elevator left off is what decided what our ending, where we ended up on the RNG table, and what our last stone value is. Because every single time that we pressed the elevator button, it changes our stone value. But then guess what? Our stone value actually stays what it's at, stays what it was left at, until way later in the run. Stone rarely changes, which is why that's why Brutal Speed named it Stone, I think, is because it's like set in stone kind of. And so yeah. So the way that elevator manip was done also set up this RNG here. Does all this go through my head while playing? Yeah, kinda, but not really. This is a TAS run. So, like, getting that guy to move like that is not something that you do in a real-time, regular run. It's that is a TAS strat. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here, get in a fight with soldiers, and then perfect ATB. So, once again, I can't point this out enough times. Notice the way that the TAS runs down and stops right here. Notice right here, he stands still for a few frames, standing still for a few frames before running to trigger this fight. Again, the reason to do that is to advance the global frame counter so that the starting position of the battle RNG is favorable. And so that's perfect RNG on Cloud, so he can immediately steal. And then, first of all, the steal RNG that Cloud started on was manipulated to be a successful steal, and then the pausing and everything is all just to then also get the instant run. So just instant steal, successful steal, instant escape. Yo, Cornfed. One is always at 1/4, could be one of your guy or the enemy. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The way it works is it uses RNG to determine everybody's ATB value within a certain range that's less than 7/8, and then it globally increases everybody's ATB until somebody, any actor, whether it's you or an enemy, is at 7/8, and then that's everybody's starting position. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, that made it worse. Here's going to be another paralysis dodge, using the save crystal and opening the chest at the same time. So he doesn't have to wait for the entire chest opening animation. Okay. It rolls from 0 to 1/2. Gotcha. Yeah, for some reason, Kate is the only character that doesn't have a level 3 or a level 4 limit break. Maybe they just couldn't think of 2 more gambling-themed limit breaks, or maybe if they put any more gambling-themed limit breaks, then they would have gotten an M rating in the UK, like poor old Balatro did. Well, Peggy 18. Or just, yeah, just nothing's better than slots. I mean, to be fair, slots is like 10 different limit breaks in one. All right. So taking Tifa to this fight instead of Barret, you get the option. Tifa throws grenades faster. There's that manipulated crit. Not worth equipping the hard edge though yet, apparently. And don't a cat. Yes, yes. See you next year, I suppose. And all right, not much to speak of in the sample fight. HD console with the speed up is that is one of the leaderboards. If you pop up FF7speedruns.com or sorry, speedrun.com/FF7, sorry, and you go to HD consoles, any percent. HD console any percent is allowed to use boosters. And so 224 is the current world record on that. Where were we? Oh yeah, we can get rid of that now. All right, grabbing the E-skill materia, of course. Was Brutal Speed on that leaderboard? I wouldn't think so. No, you might have seen Busatai. All right. Hopefully, the thing about a run like this is that it's very front-loaded with technical explanations, you know? Now that we've already explained battle RNG and step ID and paralysis dodges, right? Things are going to generally get faster. And yo, Edu the Shark. Yeah, thank you for the kind words. Thanks for watching also, yeah. I tell you guys, I get imposter syndrome with all the kind words that I get about knowledge about this game, because really I just learned it mostly from other people. And like I ask Ace a lot of questions. I'll DM Ace questions every once in a while, and he'll have to explain it, and he'll just DM me right back with a thorough explanation of exactly how it works. And then I'll be like, oh, so it's like this? And he'll be like, no, it's like this. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I get it now. So here we have Jail Skip. This is yet another paralysis dodge where there's a cutscene trigger, but you can hit the cutscene trigger and talk to Barret at the same time, which allows you to run down and talk to Tifa in the middle of that cutscene. Talking to Tifa is what actually advances us. And all right. Now is... I wonder if we're going to see the Deadly Waste Steel here. But okay, here's some more menuing. We love menuing. So let's frame by frame that real quick. So we got the Hard Edge. We got... Lightning has been replaced by... Wait. Oh, we're on that one. Okay, so we've got Lightning and then Elemental. Steel is getting replaced by Elemental here. And then Steel is getting moved. Okay, okay. So we got Lightning, Elemental, Steel on the Hard Edge now. And then Cloud is getting back road. Lightning Elemental is very important because Motor Ball is weak to Lightning. And Omni Unknown, thank you for the super chat. It's about the presentation. I appreciate that. All right, and here we go. Yep. So once again, perfect RNG on Cloud. So that's going to be an instant steal on this guy, which is where we can get a Deadly Waste. You better believe that was the right RNG to get Deadly Waste, or the right frame to get Deadly Waste. And then the instant escape. No, you don't have to master materia for 100%. Mastering, I'll say it this way. Mastering materia is part of the 100% run insofar as it saves us time. However, it is not a requirement. So, for example, we do master several materia, such as a couple all materia in order to sell to get a bunch of money, or we master one of the steel materia just naturally, right? Like that kind of thing. But it's not a requirement. The final time is less than 12 hours. And that's with PS1 loading times. So, absolutely nutty. Yep, under 12 hours. And yeah, my explanation about the Phoenix Down thing has always been that like in combat, they're just getting knocked out. It's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons where you're just like, where you're downed, right? There's a difference between being downed and being dead, you know? And I guess she died during the Genova fight. All right. So here, naturally, we're just going to see some bunch of grenades. Oh, okay. Hang on. There is some other cool stuff happening. Critical strike on Red, which readies him up with a limit. Critical attack from Barrett. And he's got the assault gun on, not the Gatling gun. Oh, was that a... Yeah. Look at that. Critical Sled Fang. Like, the shit you can do with battle RNG manipulation is just so nutty. It's way better than we can do with SCM. Because this can just do inputs frame perfect. Instead of SCM where we have to buffer into everything and queue everything. Is every attack going to be a crit? Only when it's faster. Probably can give it a little speed up again. There we go. That attack on Barrett gave him a limit. So now he's going to be able to get his limit bar or his ATB bar super quick for the limit. And then what's the over-under on whether this is a crit? That amount of time that he waited right there before putting that in, what's the percentage chance that he was waiting for waiting for crit RNG? Oh yeah, it turned out it was 100%. That skipped the spinning phase. Skipped the entire phase where he starts spinning. which skips the animation of him having to spin up. All right. Rufus fight. Cloud's got a Braver readied up. He's got perfect RNG. Waited a couple frames before putting the Braver in. Oh, critical Braver that just one-shots Rufus. Just one-shots Rufus. That's the boss fight. Here's an interesting thing. Normally on a run, we get a guard source here. That's because it's the dog that drops the guard source. But because he didn't kill the dog, doesn't get the guard source. That sword is the hard edge. It was stolen from one of the third-class soldiers. All right. Turtles was already gotten. By the way, Mrs. Dash was kind of encouraging me to do a hundo on New Year's. So we'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel on New Year's. But like do an actual run. Maybe on PlayStation this time.
You're goddamn right.
Now here's what I'll say though, is that Slime is also doing a 100% run. And so me and Slime might be racing. Except I think he's gonna get like an 8-hour head start on me because, whoa, Sam! Thank you for the $20 super chat. Saying, do it, do it, do it. Sorry, that was fun to say. It was fun to say it that way. I had to go for another round. Do it. Do it! Remember that scene in Futurama where the robot elders are like chanting, do it, do it, but then the one guy is like off time, do it, do it, do it! I'm just saying. Now the question is whether it'll be why is it called Hundo? Well, you can call it Hunnard if you want. Hunnard! Some people prefer that. Hunnard! Now I think he's just being, so allowing the bikes to do some damage to Tifa and Barrett here is actually probably for a specific manipulation. And that manipulation, this is the TAS, yep. That manipulation is the fact that, Nobarm, Motorball, when Motorball does arm attack, he always hits the character that has the highest HP. So his first arm attack is going to be on Barrett here. And then now, also single arm attack, by the way, is faster than double arm attack. So that was for sure RNG manipulation for that. And then now, Cloud is the one with the highest HP. If he hadn't let those bikes do a bunch of damage to Tifa, she would have higher HP than Cloud right now. Possibly. Maybe. Probably. Is there a world record for TAS? You're looking at it. Oh! 348 fucking damage from a regular attack? Because he's got the hard edge. He's got elemental lightning on it, which Motorball is weak to, and it's a crit. Oh my god, dude. And then there's the arm attack on Cloud to give him a little bit of limit bar. Ooh, devastating. Bum, 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 bum. Another crit. Something tells me this Braver's gonna crit as well. Oh, yeah. And so now you guys are seeing why Cloud's luck stat has to be high, right? Right at the start, when I talked about manipulating Cloud's luck stat to be high. The thing is, every one of these crits, remember, TAS needs to save literally every frame that it can. The point of the TAS is to be as few frames as possible. And so every time, like right here, like sitting on this Braver right now for several frames before sending it in, the reason he has to do this is because he's waiting for the RNG to be a crit. Well, guess what? When you have higher luck, then there's a lower threshold for a crit from your RNG results, which means that it will very likely save you frames because you don't have to wait. There will be a RNG value sooner that will work if your luck is higher. So there you go. All of these crits that we have to wait for is the reason that luck is being optimized. And yeah, elemental, if you attach it to an element, then it adds that element to either the weapon or the armor, depending on whether it's on their weapon or armor. Added effect is for status ailments. So added effect would be like the poison status ailment rather than the poison element, or like the stop status ailment. If you put that on your weapon, you can inflict it with your attacks, and if you put it on your armor, then you're protected from it. Isn't this an AI playing the game? No. This is a human who goes by LilGecko, who created a script. So what LilGecko produces and what is the TAS is essentially a spreadsheet that is just every single frame, what inputs are on and what inputs are off. And by inputs, I mean the buttons on the controller. Which buttons on the controller are being pressed every single frame? That is just a sheet. That's all it is. Just a gigantic, like a player piano. When you roll a player piano through and it plays the song, right? That's what this is. Boom. Now, I'm sure at some point people are going to use AI more and more to create TASes, but I don't think we're quite at that point yet for FF7 at least. AI would hallucinate and kill the run. Right. AI would beat the game with like 28% and just be like, what do you mean I didn't hundo it? Are you sure you got every item? Yes, absolutely. I got every item. Oh, thanks. Okay. Half the items are from other games. Oh, here's another paralysis dodge, by the way. You're absolutely right. I didn't get every item. Okay, anyway, so this then is another paralysis dodge. Once again, it's the classic. Here is a cutscene barrier, and then you can also talk to Barret. So, boom, hitting the cutscene, talking to Barret at the same time. Got us two scenes at once, and that lets us leave without watching the minute-long cutscene. Are you talking about the live one, Flex? Because that was on Sunday. But it is on YouTube now. But now we're commentating the TAS, the brand new 100% TAS, which just dropped yesterday, or maybe the day before. Oh, we have to talk about world map RNG now. Okay. Yeah. We are now on the world map, and it's time to talk about world map RNG. Okay. So, we've talked about a few different camera view lag, no, and also very technically the camera itself doesn't matter, but doing things with the camera does matter. You will understand why momentarily. So, all right. So fields use a hard-coded RNG table. Yeah, we talked about that. Battles use... where are we? Here we go. Battles use a hard-coded RNG table that's different. The world map... so this is Ace's work here. This is Ace. I believe he did this this decompilation. Don't worry. I don't know what every line of this does either. Let me explain. When you enter the world map, what the game does is it generates a RNG table. So, and it generates it using your current in-game time as the seed. So when I should say, every time the world map initializes, it takes it uses your current in-game time, IGT, down to the second as the seed. And then it seeds a RNG table that I believe, I think is 520 bytes long. You know what? We can double check that though by going into, it's 521. Fuck! Oh, right, because 0 counts. Yeah. It's 521. Because 0 is one of the positions. Yeah. So it seeds an RNG table that is 521 bytes long. And then maybe we can, I don't know. If you're curious and you understand this stuff, there you go. That's how it actually works. But that's what you need to know. As far as the seeding goes, is that it is based on your in-game time, and then it creates a table that is that many things. And now here's the deal. Is unlike field RNG, which uses several different bookmarks across the same table, when you're on the world map, everything uses the same bookmark. So that means that when the game does a battle check, it means that it uses world map RNG. When it wants to check whether, if it's checking whether the fight's going to be preemptive, that is world map RNG. What formation is the battle going to be is world map RNG. But then other stuff, though. So that's all battle stuff. But now what about other random scripts on the world map? Where does the emerald weapon spawn? Where does Ruby weapon spawn? When the Midgar Zolom wants to change directions, what does he do? All of these things are all world map RNG, and all of them use the same world map mechanics. All of them use the same world map RNG, and so they affect each other. So that means that, again, unlike the way that field scripts that want to do random animation things do not affect your step ID. On the world map, something like the Midgar Zolem's AI using random numbers, that does affect encounters on the world map because they do use the same table. Or sorry, the same bookmark on the table. Okay. So, how exactly do you move through the table? First of all, you start on position 520, which means meaning the first call to RNG puts you on position 0, or like wraps you. We'll say wraps you to 0. Then So then, when is RNG called, or like how do we say this? We've got lots of things to talk about. Fractions, first of all. So when you every frame that you move on the world map, your fractions increase by 1. Your fractions start at -140 when the world map initializes. So this is an interesting thing also, is that fractions on fields are a 1-byte number that goes from 0 to, meaning it goes from 0 to 255. It goes up by 32 every frame and rolls over at 256. And so that means that every 8 fractions, that's why every 8 frame, I say Laguna, every 8 frames of movement is when your fraction rollover occurs on the field, right? So again, 0 to 255, 1-byte value. On the world map, though, for some reason, your fractions are a 4-byte value. And it's signed. They're a 4-byte integer on the world map, meaning that they can even be negative. So they start at -140, and every frame of movement, they increase by 1. Also, your fractions are reset to -30 every time you exit a vehicle. This will become important later. But yeah, every frame of movement, they increase by 1, and then when fractions roll over to 0 at 17. After a battle, the world map initializes. So after a battle, it once again uses your in-game time to seed an entirely new RNG table, starts you on position 520, and you start at -140. So, fractions roll over to 0 every time that they hit 17. So that means that so while battle checks occur every 8 frames on the field, they occur every 17 frames on the world map. So when your fractions roll over, what happens is your danger increments based on the ground type you are standing on. There's no walking versus running on the world map. Instead, it's your ground type. Grass, for example, gives you less danger than the dirt. The forest gives you more danger than the dirt. The beach gives you very little danger. All right, and then RNG is called. Now, here's something, is that I have noticed that only one, your position, your RNG position only moves by 1 every time RNG is called. I'm not sure if that means that it takes like one big number and uses pieces of it in order to, you know what I mean? Like could it grab a well, actually let's see what we can find here. If we look up this table and we find the world map array, I'm curious about something. Key items, var3, var11. There's field RNG. Ah, here it is. Okay, yeah. So the world map RNG buffer is a 521 long array of bytes. So it is 529 bytes long. I'm not exactly sure how it uses. So that does mean indeed that every position is a number from 0 to 255. I'm not exactly sure how it uses the RNG to determine whether you get into a fight. So RNG is called to determine whether you get a fight, what formation, whether it's preemptive, etc. But again, yeah, I'm not exactly sure how it uses this number. And then calculation pretty much identical to on fields. Is it the same number that gets used for, like, how does it get these different things out of it? I'm curious. Or sorry, you've got a threshold, you've got a formation, you've got preempt. Is it using the same number, or oh, it does additional calls after the battle has been decided. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. And I guess that is what I would have guessed. But okay. So RNG is called to determine whether or not you got to fight. Okay. So then we can say if fight, call RNG again for what formation, whether it's preemptive, etc. Okay. Where were we? Okay. Now we're going to get down to RNG index behavior. All right? So your RNG bookmark, I've been calling it this whole time, advances every time RNG is called, right? So this means every battle check. I mentioned Ruby spawn. I mentioned Emerald spawn. I mentioned Zolam AI, right? These are all things that call RNG and move your bookmark every time, right? However, you know what else causes your RNG index to move? This is where it gets very important, all right? Anybody who tuned out for the last 5 minutes, this is the important part. Your RNG index also increments any frame on which you are pressing left, right, L1, or R1 on the controller. So that means that if you are running straight up or down and none of these things are around, then your position on the RNG table that got generated only advances every 17 frames on the battle checks. And it goes one by one through the table, right? And just checks every number one by one every 17 frames. But if you're running left and right and none of these things are relevant, then your RNG is advancing every frame. Your bookmark position moves every frame, but it's only every 17th frame that a battle check is called. So what that means is let's visualize here that like this is your RNG table that got seeded, right? So again, this seeds based on your IGT, right? Based on your IGT. If you were running up and down, it would okay, the O's are going to represent RNG indexes where the number would result in a battle. So if you were just running through, it would check this, or sorry, running up and down, right? So your RNG is only incrementing when the battle checks occur. That means it checks this, 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 checks this. Then boom, here you get a battle. You get you get a battle after this many checks. So what happens though if you were to move up and down until you've gotten this many checks? Then you spend 1 frame moving left or right. You have left or right pressed. It could be as well as up and down. You could even just tap R1 or L1 for 1 frame. That would advance your RNG index past that frame. And then the next battle check would hit on this index. Thus, you would not get a battle. Then this battle check, right? And then once again, just R1 or L1 or left or right for 2 more frames in order to dash past those couple bad RNG indices. And then your next battle checks would also all be no battle, right? So by either, and you could do the opposite also. The other thing that you could do is if you were running, you would just be flying through, and then the 17th battle check might be right here. Or the 17th frame might be a battle check like right there. Then you'd be flying again, and then maybe the next battle check would be right here, and that would get a fight. This is if you're moving left and right. But, so what you would do is you would just add a single frame of you not pressing left or right, but just up or down while you're moving here, and that would make one of these advancements not happen. And then you would skip the battle, right? And then boom, 17 more frames for a battle check there, 17 more. Oh, but then right here, you might get this battle again. If you don't, once again, have 1 frame where you're not pressing left, right, L1, or R1, but you are moving. And then that will make RNG not advance one of your fractions, right? You get it? You understand the concept of how if you had perfect knowledge of what your RNG table is and perfect control over your inputs, you can just decide when you get into fights. Yeah? So that's exactly what the TAS does. The TAS has perfect knowledge of the RNG table and perfect control over the inputs. So first of all, they are moving up and right, because when you move diagonally in this game, it moves you 5% faster than if you're moving forward. The reason being that they made you move 3... Whoa! Ifrit, thank you for the 34 months. So once again, because if you press up, it moves you, I want to say Cloud moves 60 map units per frame, right? I think that's what it is. I believe Cloud moves 60 map units per frame if you're holding 1 direction on the D-pad. But if you're holding 2 directions on the D-pad, it moves him 45 map units on both axes. And so, and 45 on both axes Pythagoras's into more than 60 map units. So, what he's doing with the camera here is holding L1 in order to be trying it, because if you're holding up and right, the camera is going to be trying to swing right. So you hold L1 in order to counter rotate the camera against the diagonal movement, and thus you can move directly east but getting diagonal speed. So this just moves you a little bit faster. But now watch the cloud. Oh, did you see that? Watch the cloud really carefully. That frame right here. Look at this frame. Notice on this frame, he's only going up, he's only going north and not upright. This frame is clearly upright. This frame is clearly only north. You can even see cloud. You can even see cloud kind of rotating forward. And then this frame is going upright again, or maybe even directly right. So what is he doing right there? Oh, he's doing this trick. Yeah? And so you'll see all these little just micro adjustments in the movement that are doing that move, that are doing like there was another one, there was another one, there was another one. Just little micro adjustments. Okay. There's also another. Now we're gonna get really nitty gritty here. Oh boy, it's time to talk about why he's able to enter the farm from over here. Okay, so it has to do with triangles. Are you guys ready to talk about triangles? The triangles of the barn have hit detection on them. Okay? And there are some issues with the way that the game does hit detection. Let's talk about them. All right. So, this explanation is going to be a lot shorter than the other ones, don't worry. Let's say you've got a triangle. All right. So the game has some math in it to figure out whether or not something is standing inside of it. Bitcores. Thank you for subscribing. Now, the thing about video games, right, is that it's all based on X and Y axes and whatnot, and alignments and all that kind of stuff, right? Now, here's the deal. The distance of this vertice to this vertex, this vertex to this vertex, the distance of this vertex to this vertex, this one to that one, this is all very important in the calculations that are done in order to determine whether or not this dot is inside of this triangle. Yeah? Now, here's the thing, is that all of this is in regards to a bird's eye view, right? The game only cares about the X and Y axes of these triangles, yeah? Or of these vertices, sorry. So it only cares about the X and Y axes, does not care about the Z axis. In the case of how I'm explaining it, the Z axis is toward the sky, okay? So that's what I mean. Some people think that means Y, and so just every time I say Z, change it to Y in your head, okay? Because I'm talking about the axis that points to the sky. That one does not matter in the calculation of hit detection for triangles in the world map of this game, all right? So, here's the problem, is that when the cloud, when the game is checking whether cloud is inside of a triangle, it is looking at the three vertices, but something very strange happens if all three of the vertices are in the same spot on a certain axis. So, for example, right now, this triangle has a vertex right here, and right here. But what if this vertex was directly on this line? Not a single map unit above, not a single map unit below. It is perfectly aligned on the y-axis with these two vertices. Also, it's important that these two vertices are perfectly aligned on the y-axis also, on the exact same coordinate. All right. Well, what you would get is a triangle that instead looks like this, right? Again, one vertex is here, one vertex is here, and one vertex is here. They're all in the same spot, and it's a line. This bugs the game's hit detection out. Yeah. And by the way, this is exactly what would happen if we were looking at I kind of drew the last one a little bit incorrectly. But yeah, well, we'll say this is basically exactly what would happen if we were looking at this triangle from above. Yeah? If we look at this triangle from above, it looks like this. And all three of the vertices are perfectly aligned on the exact same, on the x-axis. And so that bugs out the game's hit detection, and it makes it so that infinitely extending across the x-axis on exactly that map unit, the game says, yes, Cloud is touching me. Cloud is on me. But again, it's only not a single map unit above, not a single map unit below. Right on that line, its hitbox is infinitely extended. And remember, Cloud moves 60 map units per frame. 60. And this is unit precise. Now, here's the deal though, is when I say infinitely, when I say that the hitbox extends infinitely, well, also the problem though is that triangles are not. Triangles only care about the chunk of the world map that they are within. The world map is divided into a big grid of chunks that load in and out because the whole world map doesn't fit on RAM at once, you know? It has to load chunks in and out. If you're ever flying around on the high wind and you see like big squares of black and then the world pops into them, that's what's happening is chunks are loading in. So I say that, like, logically, the triangle's hitbox extends infinitely. However, they only pay attention to the chunk of the world map that they are within. And the thing about this spot is that there is a divider of chunks right here. This is one of the chunk divisions. And so what we're seeing here is one of the triangles on this barn. I'm not sure which one it is exactly, but one of the triangles on this barn is having a hitbox that is extending infinitely across this axis, but it actually only goes this far. And so by hitting the exact right y coordinate, by hitting the exact right y coordinate with the Cloud, he's able to hit the hitbox all the way over here. Yeah? Yeah. All that makes sense, right? Pretty simple, really. When I said that we're going to talk about triangles, you thought that was probably going to be more complicated, right? Don't worry, it'll get more complicated when we talk about column skip. But here we go. All right, Now, we get the Chocomog materia, of course. Dude, I thought that we were going to get through this task in maybe 2 days, but I've only got like 40 minutes left of today's stream, and we haven't even gotten to Calm Skip yet. But like I said, it's front-loaded, right? The thing about when we talk about every mechanic is that it's very front-loaded on mechanics. Later, like, the thing is, if you guys follow me through this whole thing, by the end of the game, you're gonna be like, yeah, fucking Cloud Surf into a world map RNG, battle RNG was manipulated, he used the ATB weight trick to get the drop, to get the steel manipulation, so we got the Vagrous Claw. Yeah, no problem. We get it. Okay, on to the next, you know what I mean? By the end of it, you guys are gonna know everything that's going on. All right. So by the way, once again, just to reiterate, leaving the world map here on a specific IGT so that the world map RNG seed, the world map RNG is seeded in a proper way so that he can run all the way to the edge of the Chocobo area. Now, we get our Choco Lure materia equipped. We got to see what else is going on here, though. So, what's going on here? We got Restore, Choco Lure, Steel, Poison. Poison, Steel, Choco Lure. And Barrett has what? Restore? Barrett got Restore? Yeah, Barrett got Restore. Cloud has Choco Lure, Steel, Poison. Okay. There was the Restore. And now, I love this, getting the battle on the very edge of the Chocobo area, so that now when he's on the Chocobo later, he doesn't have to, when he's on the Chocobo later, he doesn't have to run as far. He's already as close as possible. Hang on a second. I forgot to check something. Did he go to ATB active here? No shot, right? Oh, yeah, we are in ATB active now. I wonder what the reason for active ATB is. First, it's kind of swag to ATB active your Chocobo catch. All right. And then, once again, diagonal movement, a little bit faster. So here's a cute thing. He's dismounting the Chocobo here in a spot where it's plopping Cloud down into the, first of all, if you don't know, there is a special thing about this patch of grass. I need a new one. No, I just want a whole new instance of paint, please. Okay, there's a special thing about this patch of grass. If you have not been to Calm yet, this is a safeguard that the developers put into the game. If you have not been to Calm yet, there is... Actually, I should put the if later. But anyway, there is a set of triangles here. All of the triangles here basically forming a hit line right here. They activate a special... they activate a bit in memory. A single bit in RAM gets activated when you cross this... Well, it's when you touch these triangles. I should explain it that way. You know, this is all made up of triangles, right? And so when you touch these triangles, it flips a bit, it activates a bit that makes it so that if you have not yet been to Calm, you can get off the chocobo and Cloud will tell it to stay here instead of it running away. Normally a chocobo runs away when you get off of it, yeah? But if you haven't been to Calm yet and you have this bit activated, Cloud will tell it to stay. The reason being that if you go into Mithril Mines and you haven't been to Calm yet, then the party stops you and they tell you to turn around. So then if you turn around, they don't want you to be stuck on this part of the map behind the Zolom, right? You wouldn't be able to, they didn't think, you wouldn't be able to get back across the marsh, you know? So they put this special safeguard in here if you haven't been to Calm yet, for Cloud to get the chocobo to stay here so you can get back on it and get back across the marsh. Well, what he's doing here is he's dismounting the chocobo in a spot that triggers a cutscene. The famous "Did Sephiroth do this" cutscene triggers right here, and when you get off the chocobo, it instantly puts Cloud right next to him, like in the memory values, which triggers the cutscene without having to watch Cloud tell the chocobo to stay. Normally, or I guess it's sorry, it's right here. I paused too early to show it. It's right here, more like. But yeah, so dismounting the chocobo triggered the cutscene without having to watch Cloud get off the chocobo and tell it to stay. So that saves a little bit of time. All right. Ooh. We're already going off script from what I expect. This is exciting. Okay, what is gonna happen here? I have no idea. Well, time to talk about cloud surfing. Notice Cloud is popped up into the air here. Okay. It's time to go back to the triangles. Let's talk about the triangles again real quick. All right, where to start? I need a bathroom break real quick. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I'll think about where to start here. Talking about cloud surfing. We've been together like 14 years. I still impress my wife. I still impress her with my farts. Okay. All right. So during my pee, I did answer one of the questions in my head, which is obviously he doesn't have to grab long range. He'll just grab it during the kill grind later or during some. Why would he ever have to come back to Mithril Mines though? We're gonna have to. Well, yeah, we're gonna have to figure this out. Okay. Oh, definitely the sound. She's not impressed by the smell. I wouldn't think. And I mean, I deliberately try not to fart where she can smell it, I give her that, But I practice making them as loud as possible. Okay. Anyway, where do we start with cloud surfing? This is where we start, okay? I talked about chunks earlier, right? We talked about chunks loading out and loading back in. You guys remember that, right? Okay. Next, we talked about how triangles only care about the chunk that they are in, right? Okay. Next, here's the deal. When this game does its hit detection, right? When the game is running its hit detection for what triangles you're standing on, instead of checking every single triangle, every single frame, what the game does is it keeps track of the last 6 triangles that you've been standing on, and it checks those triangles first. And if it finds one, then great. It says, okay, we found, you're still on one of the most recent 6 triangles, and so we're good. Don't have to check any others. Now, here's the thing though, is when Cloud is on a chocobo, specifically this happens with chocobos, I think because when you exit other vehicles, I think it clears Cloud's triangles, but with chocobos it doesn't. So when you are on a chocobo, Cloud's last 6 triangles are not updated. His triangles do not become updated while he's on a chocobo. So what's happening here is Cloud has stood, coming out of the cave, Cloud had to stand on these triangles, right? Now he's on a chocobo, and now what this movement is doing is it's deloading that chunk out of RAM. And it loaded some other chunk into its place. And now coming back, probably loaded something else into its place, maybe, I don't know. And now this chunk is in a different place in RAM. Here's the deal, is that Cloud's triangle pointers are not pointing, they're not going to find this chunk in RAM and point to them. They're just pointing to a spot in RAM, a memory address. And that memory address now contains a different chunk's data in it. And the purpose of this movement and the purpose of this specific chunk loading is that it makes it so that we end up with a triangle where all 3 points are in the same place. So remember when I said that when a triangle looks like this, where all 3 of its vertices are on the same axis, that makes the hitbox extend infinitely on that axis? Well, if all 3 vertices are on the exact same point, well, then you get a triangle that looks like this. So that means that on the x-axis, it's extending infinitely on the x-axis, and the bug is extending infinitely on the y-axis. With a point triangle, a triangle who all 3 of their vertices are on the exact same point on both the x and y axes, we have a triangle whose hitbox, real quick, hang on, I just got to get rid of this. We now have a triangle whose hitbox looks like this. It extends infinitely on both axes. But again, remember what I said, though. That they only care about the chunk that they're in. So this is what we call cloud surfing. Is that now we are standing on a point triangle that has an infinitely large hitbox, except for the fact that it is still contained within the bounds of the chunk that we are in. When he's underwater, does he get wet? Or does the water get him instead? Nobody knows. Triangle Man. Anyway, so now what we're doing is comes over here, and right here is the border of a chunk. So right here we've got the border of a chunk. So this is as far as he can cloud surf to. So the way that we extend it is he bumps into a triangle. So he bumped into a triangle over here. That loaded that into Cloud's last 6 triangle buffer. And then now does more chocobo movement in order to again shuffle the chunks around. Now we've got a point triangle in both chunks. And now we can cloud surf all the way through the mountain. And then that's it. Now we're... did you see that snap back onto the ground? So right here, he's in the air right now. And then boom, right there. This snap onto the ground, this is Cloud leaving the second chunk. The second chunk that has the other point triangle in it. Now we are leaving, and we are now on a normal area that we can normally stand on again. And by now, the 2 point triangles are gone because his last 6 triangles have now updated to where their history. What was the point of getting back on the chocobo? To get to shuffle the chunks again. So the first chocobo movement glitched out a triangle in this chunk, but that's not enough to get all the way through the mountain, because there's a chunk divider right here. So he has to bump into a triangle right there. So that loaded a second triangle into Cloud's pointers. The second chocobo movement now glitches out that triangle. Now we have 2 glitched triangles. And the 2 glitched triangles means we have 2 chunks of cloud surfing, which is enough to get through the mountain. And there you go. So that's calm skip. That way, we never had to go to calm. You might be wondering, if this is a 100% run, why doesn't he have to go to calm? Because the flashback doesn't have anything we need in it. You don't fight any bosses. You don't get any items, right? You don't unlock anything. The only thing that you get is the PHS menu, but you get the PHS menu after the cargo ship anyway. They give it back to you. Because, Barrett, before the dolphin jump, have I tried this? Oh yeah, calm skip has been done in every run for the last 3 years. Well, every run that is relevant to. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, orthopedic underwear does not count because it's not actually an item. I hate to break it to you guys, but orthopedic underwear is not actually an item that goes into your inventory. It is literally just a text box that says that you got a thing, but you don't actually get a thing. Now, King, great to hear it. Yeah. So anyway, calm. You don't fight any bosses. You don't unlock anything. As far as the PHS is concerned, Barrett takes it away from you before you do the dolphin jump, and then he gives it back to you after the cargo ship. And so if you never got PHS because you did calm skip, well, you just get it when he gives it back to you. And then, of course, we just see the little hitches in movement to avoid battles, to, of course, get a 0 encounter traversal here. The cat just came in, yelled at you, and left. That's funny. Technically, it's not a hundo requirement. I'm trying to think if not having it ever would literally screw you. I guess it wouldn't, because you can just always go into the high wind. And yeah, on any percent runs that do disc 1 skip, as far as the speed run goes, yeah, they never get PHS. But you do use the high wind PHS to change your party one time. All right, Poison was equipped, so we are likely to see Bio here. We sure do. Of course it sticks. Beta is going to have to be learned for 100% completion. We need to learn the E skill for a hundo, but I don't expect us to ever see it actually get used. By the time that beta is fast to get, it's not very good. Crit big shot. It's a little bit more exciting to see crits on this fight because we're an ATB active. So actually, this is really interesting to talk about. This whole run, we've been talking about the ATB weight and how ATB weight is being used in order to hold until RNG is good. But this fight is being done in active. So what that means is that everybody else is queued up, right? Or like everything else is queued up already. So what RNG is this grenade getting? It's getting the RNG of whenever his tail attack was finished. What frame is this grenade starting? Whatever frame that grenade ended on. And then his turn just started on whatever frame that grenade ended on. So now the reason to use active here, though, is for the multiple ticks. Check this out. When you hit Bottomswell, he does this, hang on, he didn't do it that time. Hang on, I gotta wait for him to do the thing. When is he gonna do the thing? Okay, here it is. Okay. Poison has a very weird thing in this game. So, Poison works similarly to, well, Poison has ATB, basically. Poison accrues while time is flowing, and then it queues a tick. But there's a weird thing that can happen with counterattacks, where when a turn that triggers a counterattack is over, a poison tick will queue up, but it won't actually go off. And then the poison ATB will actually reset, and it can refill again, and it can queue again. So look at how weird this is. Here's a poison tick, right? Then, during that turn, another poison tick queued up. However, this animation right here is a counterattack. This little roar that he does is like a counter, which is why Cloud's ATB hasn't emptied yet. He's countering right now. Another ATB tick filled up during this spot, or during this animation. So now watch. Bip, bip. Did you see that? One tick, two ticks. Bip, bip, it double ticks him. That is why you do this fight in ATB active, is because ATB weight freezes ATB too often for this to be possible. But in ATB active, it happens. And now, once again, though, the thing that makes ATB active so impressive with the TAS is that when did Barrett's big shot start here? Barrett's Barrett's big shot started whenever this animation finished, right? There's no control over what frame this starts on. It just, everything buffers into the next thing, you know? So lining it up to get this critical RNG frame is really neat. That's really cool. And then there we go. A little pause at the end there, almost certainly to manipulate these the stat ups on these level ups. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that the whole fight was still manipped in the sense that, like, it played out in exactly the best way possible. It's just that the nature of the manip for that fight, because it's an ATB active, had entirely to do with what frame the fight started on, what order the characters went in, and what actions they did. Because it was all about the lengths of their animations. You know what I mean? Which is also, I'm sure also, that's why Cloud was in the middle slot. Putting Cloud in the middle slot, I'm sure, was partially how to get this fight to work out as nicely as it did in ATB Active. Yo, Dong Disciple. Alright, not much to say about... Well, actually, there is something to say about the breath game. So, in the breath game... Gosh, it's funny. There's something to say about everything. We have to do 41 charges total. That's how you save Priscilla. You just need to... It can take you 1,000,000 years. You just have to give her 41 charges total. Now, the thing is... You think, it seems like, it feels like you can get 10 charges per breath. And so that means that you have to do either four 10s and a 1, or you can do 4 9s and a 5, right? But either way, that's 5 breaths, yeah? You have to give her 5 breaths total to add up to 41. However, there is actually, if you're frame perfect, you can do 11. You can give her an 11 charge. So we'll see when that happens here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. And you could see that it worked. So it looks like you went back to 0. The game tries to go to 0, but Cloud does this weird like double move. And that counted as an 11. It's frame perfect, but that did 11. So now if he does 3 10s, she gets up in 1 fewer breath. You still have to wait the same number of charges, so it doesn't actually save as much time as it seems like. All it saves is one of these animations. But still, you know, that's pretty good. What up, Popo and Duck? No, that's not a paralysis dodge. I wouldn't say. Do 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 do. Oh man, I was playing more Metaphor today. Holy shit, that game is good. It does the coolest thing. Like, it's unique. I love the travel system in the game. Like, when when it got to the point where you have to travel in the game, oh man, that totally like sold me on. Like this game is doing some really cool shit that I've never really seen in another game. Bum, bada, bum, bada, bum. Can I describe it? Okay, so you know how in the Persona games you have to decide how you spend every day? You have like daytime and nighttime. What happens is you go like there will be a time where you need to go to another city. But the travel time to get to that city is going to be like 5 days. And so you spend time on the ship. It's like it creates a sequence where now we're spending several days on the ship. And so your Persona style because the game it's got the Persona thing of how you spend time each day. Do you like go talk to your social links? Do you go to the dungeon, right? Do you work on yourself, right? Your self stats and that kind of stuff. All of that is in Metaphor. But then it'll be like, okay, we got to go do this thingy. Does the Discord link not work on? Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that. So it'll be like, okay, it's gonna take, you know. It should work. I think I have maybe I got rid of it. Or not, sorry, not maybe I got rid of it. I don't know if I ever had a Discord command that worked for YouTube. But there you go. There's a YouTube link for you. Anyway, okay, what I'm getting at is that there will be a point where it's like, okay, we got to go to this other town, and it's going to take 5 days to travel there. So we're on the vehicle, you know, going, and every day there's a bunch of things on the ship to do. On the ship, you can spend time with your party members, leveling up your social links. You can spend time working out to update your stats, like your HP and MP. You can read books to level up your virtues, right? And so that's time that you spend while traveling. And then if you go outside, like if you go on the deck of the ship, you see the world flying by, you know? Like you go out there and it's like, damn, we're cruising, and your character's kind of hunkered down, you know? And like the wind is blowing and like you're flying by everything. You see like flying stuff around you, right? And it's all moving fast. And depending on where you are in the world, like it looks different, you know? Like at first you're in like a desert area, but now we're in like a greenery area, you know? It's like, man, this whole system is so cool. It's like, I don't know, it really opened up an entirely new like dimension of the game to me. Of like, oh shit, this game is going places, and it's got mechanics that I really like. It's such a clever way to use the time mechanic to then introduce the concept of it taking multiple days to travel from place to place, you know? But give you stuff to do during that time, you know? All right. Anyway. Sorry, I just went on an aside about Metaphor for a second. I've been playing Metaphor, and it's fucking incredible. I love it so far. And how much did you miss? I mean, I've been yapping for almost 5 hours, but we are only in Junon. So if you watch the VOD, you might be able to skip past certain explanations if you already know the mechanics. All right, here, no surprise, just doing all this just as we'd expect. I remember Kuma talking about some kind of paralysis dodge that you can do here, but I wonder, I can't remember what the downside of it was from. But yeah, I got talking about another game because for once we can just fast forward for like a whole 5 minutes straight here with a bunch of stuff that we don't need to pay close attention to. All right, but here we go. First, good looking menu. Let's slow that down. So, 2 high potions, 2 Phoenix Downs, 1 antidote, and then I love this. Oh, okay. This is so clever. If he goes down from eye drop, he has to wait for the scrolling animation. So instead, he goes down, and then R1s to tent. 7 tents, wow. 13 tranks, 2 hypers, 1 echo screen, 1 eye drop. That's so cool, yeah. Just avoid all the frames of watching it scroll down every time. Down, R1, go down, R1, go up. That's awesome. All right, and then, of course, enemy skill. Do. All right. And then, so, remember our old friend Field RNG? Let's see, which lecture was this from? Oh yeah, GIMP. Remember our old friend Field RNG? That was changed on the elevator. And remember I said that the last button press on the elevator is what set our stone, and our stone still hasn't changed since then? So that is what decides how fast of a game we have here. In fact, we can even count it. Let's use Ace's thing. Ace Zephyr send off analyzer. Okay, didn't have it there. We can just here we go. Ace Zephyr dot. Oh, here we go. GitHub.io. Yeah, FF7. Send off. Awesome. All right, here we go. So now we can figure out what so here's the deal. On this field, RNG advances every frame. Every frame. It doesn't want to check for me. So, what do we got? Oh, okay, so here's waiting for the optimal frame. There it was. We got circle. Square. Circle. X. Circle. Left. Square. Square. Circle. X. X. Left. Circle. Left. X. X. Yeah, X is the fastest. And there it is. That's so there we go. So Stone 65. So we can get all of this off of the off of what happened there. So first of all, Stone is 65. That means that every time that RNG is called, the bookmark on the RNG table for field scripts is moving 65 positions on the table. And then the position that we started at was 158. Yo, Blink, welcome on in. Hello, everybody. The position that he started at was 158, and then this is incredible. This is what he waited for. This is why he sat there and waited before clearing the first text box, is because that got him, first of all, that was the best list value out of all 256 possible games that are under Stone 65. That was the best one, and out of all,
this fucking game sucks a lot.
256 times 16. Out of all 4,096 possible send-off games, that was the second best one out of all of them. But once again, the very best one wasn't possible because it's not part of Stone 65. Stone 65 only has these 256 to choose from, so he got the best one out of that, which is that. It's rank 1 is 2 seconds faster than rank 2? That's crazy. That's an insane difference. But yeah, I can only imagine that the repercussions of the repercussions of manipulating would be a lot more than 2 seconds. For example, remember the part where the guy walked out of the room to then paralysis dodge out of the Hojo cutscene? That saved more than 2 seconds. And that might not be available on Stone 97. Stone is set every time you press the elevator button. It's set when you start the squats minigame. It's set every time you press the elevator button, and it is set when you dig at Bone Village. All right. And there we got the Force Dealer, of course. Force Dealer is very good for AP growth. And it's strong, you know. Strong on the Genova fight. And okay, look. Next time I'm gonna have to go, as I said, the explanations are gonna be a bit front loaded. So I think we're gonna have to leave it here for today because it's 10 o'clock. And I'm gonna have to come back next time for more of this. So in about 5 hours, we got just over 2 hours into the run. So at this rate, it should take about 30 hours to get through it. Nah, like I'm saying, the latter part of the run is going to go a lot faster. Especially when we get into like the kill grinds and stuff. It's going to go a lot faster when we get into that kind of stuff. But yeah, there we go. I hope you guys are enjoying the TAS commentary. Once again, thank you to LilGecko for creating this TAS. And I wonder when he's going to grab long range. That's the thing is, he didn't go into Mithril Mines yet. So I'm very curious about when it's going to be faster to grab long range. Maybe when grabbing the Mithril? I don't know. But all right. Yep. Once again, thank you for watching. I'm gonna say we're gonna say goodbye to YouTube first, and then we'll raid somebody on Twitch. So YouTube, once again, thanks for watching, and I'm gonna be talking to Mrs. Dash about running a hundo of my own on New Year's. We will see. We'll see. All right. Bye, YouTube. See you next time.